So. Hallo. 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 Hello everyone and welcome back to whatever this is. So, yeah. There's a movie. And the movie currently does the following things. It gets a bunch of P-switches. I mean, prior to me loading the state, of course, it does like 20.5 minutes of gameplay, but it gets a bunch of P-switches, it feeds a Yoshi. And then it gets the springboard, clearing the way for the baby Yoshi. And then it starts doing a bunch of nonsense. Including getting a coin. And item drops this platform there. Let me just stop here. Hi, Biop, thanks for the raid. And yes, thank you for the luck with the easiest puzzle ever, which is only 2 screens. Because as you can see, you don't have to do a lot of things in this movie. After all, it's only 80,000 frames until here and doesn't even solve until here. So it places the platform there, the movie. And I think until here everything is fine. And then last time I started doing a bunch of nonsense. Actually, this step is, I think, still not nonsense. I think this step is still fine. So it spits out the pokey head, stuns the pokey head, and gets the flower back. And so now I'm in the situation where I have a pokey head. And the important thing about having a pokey head is that I now can place a bounce sprite at this position, and having a bounce sprite at this position is important for a future glitch. Just to recap why everything is being done here. And of course the bounce sprite is no longer there, but that doesn't matter. Because when the game erases any sprite, it only sets its sprite status to 0. It doesn't actually erase any of the information associated with that sprite. So that bounce sprite's Y position is still stored in memory, even though it has despawned like half a minute ago. Okay, so I feed this Yoshi again, but before I feed this Yoshi, I do a bunch of nonsense. This is actually like a huge amount of nonsense, and I should probably cut this part out and redo it. Because like none of what happens here actually matters right now, I think. No. Oh shit, the stuff that I do here does matter. Okay, so I take this, anyway, so I take this, so I feed this Yoshi, and while I feed this Yoshi, I store the sprites. I have sprites.5 on this Yoshi's tongue, and so when it becomes invisible, it stores the sprites.5 on this Yoshi's tongue. And then I do some minor item juggling, and then I do this part, where I stun the fish in slot 5, and then become increasingly desperate because I realize what I was about to do doesn't actually work at all. So I mean, what I was about to do is to try and Yoshify this platform that would be over here while the fish has a certain horizontal speed. And the problem is, what is that horizontal speed? It is 12. 12 or minus 12? 12. It is 12. The problem is, fish don't take horizontal speeds of 12. They just don't. They will never. You can ask them very nicely, and they will refuse to. So, what are the options now? The first option is to somehow give it a horizontal speed of 12. And that's... I mean, the first option is to just ditch this plan entirely and do something else. I don't like this plan because I don't know what something else would entail. The other option is to somehow get this fish to have 12 speed. So one option is to spit this. I mean, I currently have the fish in this Yoshi's mouth, so I can spit it against the wall. And spitting out a sprite with Yoshi gives a 48 speed, and then a carryable sprite reflecting off of a wall quarters its speed, so it goes from 48 to 12. Right? If you throw a sprite against the wall, it will rebound with a quarter of its speed. So it goes from minus 48 to plus 12. And that's good. The problem is the fish falls. Gravity exists, and so the fish falls. No, there's still a plan C. There's still a plan C. I'm just describing plan B right now. There is an actual plan C, which is what I want to try and see if it could work. It's a bit of a desperate plan, but it's not terrible. Also high Dartsian. But it's not the worst plan that I've had on the stream. Honestly, it's better than everything involving rebounding the fish on this wall. It's a cool plan. We'll see if it works. Anyway, I'll just describe what the problem with this plan is right now. So I throw the fish into the wall, has minus 48, it quarters its speed, it rebounds, it gets plus 12, but the problem is gravity exists, so the fish hits the floor, and then when the fish hits the floor, it stops having plus 12 speed. Because when a fish hits the floor, first of all, it stops being carryable, and secondly, when a carryable item hits the floor, its speed gets halved. So now it has plus 6 speed, which is notably not plus 12. Okay. Of course, you could try and abuse this by somehow giving the fish 24 speed and then spitting it out while it has 24 speed, hoping that it halves to 12, but that's not how it works because somehow there is no way to get it to 12 speed, to 24 speed. There's a way to get it to 12 speed while it's in the air, but it's not the way to get it to 24 speed while it's still carryable. And once it hits the ground, it stops being carryable, so this halving only occurs once. Otherwise, you could say, okay, 48 half to 12 twice. Okay, sure. But that's not how it works, because you can do this with, like, literally any sprite in the game, except for fish, because fish are for some reason the only carryable sprite in the game that stop being carryable once they hit the ground. Thank you, Nintendo. Truly, thank you. Okay. With all of that said, you could say, okay, well, that's great and all, but don't you have another plan? Yes, great, I have another plan. After all, I had a week of thinking about this. And of course, I did nothing else except for thinking, okay, no, that's not true, but I did actually find a plan. There was a plan brewing, which I haven't tried out at all because, of course, that would be, of course, me trying to do a plan, trying to do a plan and then failing is part of the fun stream experience. So let's do the fun stream experience. The point is, well, I can't get the fish to have 12 speed, but I can get it to have 4, 8, 16, or 20 speed, or minus 4, or minus 8, or minus 16, or minus 20. Right? I can get it to have these speeds. So I can change the tweaker bytes of this fish in at least 8 different ways. And maybe one of them are favorable. I mean, I know that none of them will make it a power-up. But maybe they're favorable at other points, so that I can then change the tweaker bytes again. Right? Because it might a priori be that I change these tweaker bytes using one of the speeds 4, 8, 16, 20, minus 4, minus 8, minus 16, minus 20, which are the natural speed of fish. And that changes the tweaker bytes in such a way that it becomes easier to get it to plus 12 speed. Right? Right. So here's the big question. What do these tweaker bytes give me? And I have no idea. So the point is, which are the tweaker bytes that would be actually interesting? I mean, that's first of all the first question. So what are interesting tweaker bytes? Don't interact with layer 2, exorbitantly boring. Disable water interaction, exorbitantly boring. Disable cape killing, boring. Fireball killing, boring. Pallet, boring. Use second graphics page, boring. So this tweaker byte sucks. Don't use this one. Tweaker byte 4. Don't use default interaction with player. I have actually no idea what this actually means. What does this mean? Oh no. The problem with this plan is that I now have to understand what all of these do. That's terrible. So, I mean, this is the one that I know I can't set. Because to set this one in a way that matters is to need one of the speeds 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, minus 34, minus 33, and minus 15. Which I have mentioned many times on the stream before, and if you know how fish move, they don't move this way. But there's lots of other interesting tweaker bytes. Process interaction with player every frame. Okay, I don't care about this one. Can't be kicked like a shell. I actually don't know what this means. I guess this means be a P-switch? Well, this might mean be a P-switch. In the sense that you can't kick a P-switch like a shell. I guess this means like be like a P-switch or a Goomba or a key. Or a Magic Koopa. Magic Koopa? Mecha Koopa is the word that I wanted to say. Like be like a P-switch, a key, a Mecha Koopa, Goomba, Bob Orm. Is anything else? I'm not sure if Springboard counts. Springboards are weird. Baby Yoshi. So try to be like those sprites. I think this is what it means. Don't change into a shell when stunned. I think this is set for fish. Actually, this is something you can just check, because fish are sprite 15. So 15 is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And so you see this is set, and K is set, and S is set, and big S is set. So S is set. So fish have the set. But the thing is, if you unset this tweaker bit, then you can grab fish. And you know what it means that you can grab fish. It means that you can give it 12 speed. Right? So if I change the fish's tweaker bytes in such a way that this bit is not set, then I will be able to grab it once it's stunned. So if I then grab it, so basically, okay, okay, all right. So basically the point is, I want to do the glitch now a total of 2 times to get an orb. First, I do it with one of the fish that is with one of the speeds that a fish gets naturally. And in doing so, I mess up this tweaker byte and I mess up this tweaker byte. But in doing so, in messing up this tweaker byte, I make it grabbable. At least when it's stunned. So what I do is I first break the tweaker bytes of the fish in a way that doesn't make it a power-up, because I can't. I mean, if I could, then I would just do that, but I can't. So instead, I change it in a way such that when I stun it eventually, I can grab it. Then I stun it, then I grab it, then I give it 12 speed, and then I do the glitch again. And now I can actually get the power-up. And then once I have this power, I now have an orb in my item box, and now if I have an orb in my item box, then I'm just happy. Sounds good? Sounds mildly good to me. And then I do that in such a way that I can do it twice. And so I just do it twice, I collect one of the orbs to finish the level, and I take the other orb and bring it to the next level. Well, and then I also do PI in the middle of all of this to actually bring an orb and power up state 4 into the next level. So I end the level with an orb in the item box and in power up state 4, and I collect an orb to finish the level. And how do I get the orbs? By power upifying a fish, because fish is sprite 15, and sprite 15 behaves very similarly to sprite 95, and sprite 95 is the clapping chuck. So fish will give orbs. Excellent plan. I love it. It involves getting 4 null sprites and stunning 2 fish. This means double tonguing 6 times. Is that bad? How bad is it? How bad is it? Sounds really bad. Oh no, I have to double tug 6 times under these conditions. Oh no. Going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Double tonguing in itself is not the terrible part. Stunning a fish is, of course, always a terrible part. Okay, so now I have so I have 8 options. 4, 8, 20, no, 4, 8, 16, 20, minus 4, minus 8, minus 16, minus 20. And so I can give the fish this tweaker bite. I can give it this tweaker bite. Sorry, no, I'm reading the wrong table. Yeah, idiot. I'm reading the 4th tweaker byte table. But I should be reading the 2nd tweaker byte table. Because the essence of the glitch is that the 2nd tweaker byte of the X speed of the fish gets used as the 4th tweaker byte of the actual fish. Sounds stupid? Sounds stupid. Great. So I can make it have this. Maybe I should be writing these down. So I can have. So I can give it 4 speed. If I give it 4 speed, then it has a 4th tweaker of 40 and a 5th tweaker of 0A. I will have to look up what any of these numbers mean, but that's the 2nd step. Then 8 speed, corresponding to this entry in the table. This will then be the 4th tweaker byte, and this will be the 5th tweaker byte. Then 16, decimal 16. This corresponds to this entry in the table and this entry in the table. So 0, 0, 0, 4. Which sprite is that even? Sprite 10. Does anyone know what sprite hexadecimal 10 is? I think that's like a Goomba. How wrong am I on this guess? How wrong am I on the guess that 10 is a Goomba? Bouncing Paragoomba. I count that as a win. Which other speeds do I have? Plus 20. Plus 20, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And I'm sorry that I keep messing up between like decimal and hexadecimal. I swear I'm doing the correct thing. I'm just being confusing. I think. Maybe I'm confusing myself. In which case this was maybe a dumb thing to say here. But I think I'm doing the correct things. Now the time that I'm doing the correct things is probably about to end, because now I have to look at the minus 4th entry of this table, aka the 252nd entry of this table. This would be perfectly fine if this table was aligned by multiples of 8, but unfortunately it has this nasty last entry here. I hate that this entry is here. Just say the hex numbers in German. Okay. Okay, so decimal numbers will be in English and hex numbers will be in German. Oh god, this is going to be even worse if I do this. Okay, so I want the 252nd entry. So how many entries are in this table? C9. What is C9? It's... How do you convert from hex? 201. So I'm interested in, then this is 201, so then this is the entry number 201, because they are 0 aligned. And so this is 209, 217, 225, 233, 241, 249, 240, 250, 251, 252. 3, 4. Oh god, this is awful. I think I'm doing the correct things. Yeah, I think I'm doing the correct things. I should probably be doing this like properly using a hex editor or something. Okay, so now I go 4 entries back. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is then the -8th entry of the table. And then I say, okay, this is the 6th line, last entry, and so this is this. And then I want the -16th entry of the table. And then I want this entry. No, fuck. This one. Yeah, and then this is this one. And then I want the -20th entry of the table. And it is this one. Okay, so now I have 8 possible tweaker byte combinations that I have now that I can now analyze. Also, good evening, Red777. Welcome to playing tweaker byte roulette. Okay, so which tweaker bytes am I actually interested in? Realistically, which ones are the good tweaker bytes? Maybe I should be using a test ROM here. So let me just set up a test ROM so that I can immediately just check how everything influences how my fish behaves. So I'll get a fish. And then I'll... Sorry, you can't see me set up the test ROM. It is just a test ROM setup. And you can probably just laugh at it in a second anyway. Because it probably won't be functional. Time to give you... Hello? Yeah, I mean, I know the table reading approach is like actually not faster in this situation. Probably. Because it requires me to like somehow do lengthy hex to decimal conversions, actually understand the glitches and so on. But it makes it much more clearer what I'm actually doing. Is this the correct level? I think this is the correct level. Yeah, I understand my own test ROM. Okay, so I have a fish and 2. Ah, don't burn the fish. Maybe I should have placed this ball and chain a bit lower. It's there so that I can stun the... Oh well. It's a bit high. I feel like it's going to be very annoying if I actually stun stuff. So the nice thing is that the ball and chain can't hurt you, it's not real. It only hurts you here. It's what makes ball and chains kind of nice for stunning. I think. I hope they do. And we're not missing springboards. Exactly. There's lots of springboards for me to try. Okay. Anyway, so now I want to change some tweaker bytes about this fish. So let's just open the Misc sprite RAM table because I'm going to need it. So step 1. It's going to be lazy. I'm going to be lazy. I set up this. Set up something with wait, your script has a stun glitch cheat? Since when? Did I just miss it? I guess I never looked at what the cheat stuff in your script actually does, because I have it downloaded. Anyway. I had it downloaded and I had a fun time debugging it, because something I ran into a very funny lure bug. Hilarious lure bug. Which I think is an intentional feature. No, you don't have. The thing is, I have downloaded your script, and I'm actually part-time using it now. I'm not sure who you can blame for the lure behavior there. I think you can arguably blame BizHawk, because somehow I feel like they sandboxed their lure incorrectly. But maybe it's also just how lure is supposed. Anyway, I'm not. The annoying thing about it is that. Okay, so basically the thing is that the lure thing in BizHawk 2.10 reads in your OS locale and initializes based on that, but doesn't allow you to use the os.locale command in case you really need a locale. And the problem is that the behavior of Lua's toString conversion function is dependent on the current locale, which breaks your JSON parser. Which is arguably not your JSON parser, but it breaks the JSON parser included in your script. So I don't know who's really to blame here. It is so annoying to debug, because somehow the Lua documentation claims that Lua's toString function behaves identically to C's printf command. But C's printf command. So I looked up the specification isoc to see what the printf command actually does, and it turns out it only specifies what happens in the C locale. So that's when I got really confused, because now apparently this is undocumented behavior that it depends on the locale. But it broke the code, and the funniest thing to all of this is, to me, is that the Lua standard library has to work around this. October 17th, 2022. I think I happen to know that that was a Monday. Anyway. So what did I want to do again? Right, I wanted to break a fish 3 bytes. And to do so, I wanted to do this stupid thing. I now have the fish in my mouth, I think. In Yoshi's mouth, anyway. But the thing is, okay, so what are the 3 bytes? I mean, I can also stun it by hand, but somehow I want to see a few things. I want to see how a few things behave. So first of all, what do any of these 3 bytes do? So I mean, I can set the 4th 3 byte to 40, so 4, 0, and I can set the 5th 3 byte to 0R. I'm now actually doing this. You are responsible, Darcy. So what do these mean? They mean it gives power up when eaten by Yoshi, but unfortunately they also mean stay in Yoshi's mouth and don't interact with other sprites. Actually, wait a second, that's epic, right? I can send you like a shitty fix for that. I ended up fixing it, but it's a somewhat ugly fix. But it works. I'm not sure if... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it works correctly in the English locale. The problem is that basically the problem is that Lua changes its decimal separator based on which locale you are in, but only for the printing, of course, not for the actual language. There used to be a Lua bug where it also changed it for the actual language, which breaks the entire language, but that was fixed by now. But the JSON parser breaks when it sees a comma that's not supposed to be there. I wonder who put that comma there. Anyway. Okay, so I wanted to change it to 40 and 0A. And... Wait, oh. So the thing is, if you break it in this way, then you now have a fish that you can put in Yoshi's mouth. And I think you should be able to somehow... right, if you move quickly and then duck, then you can have a grabbable fish. Now you can do stuff like... That's cool. But if you drop it, then it becomes a flopping fish again. You can also not kill it anymore, but who really cares? It's a fish. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, this is so cool. And this is like actually achievable in game, this fish. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, this is... I love this fish. Oh, this is the best fish I've ever used. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And you can still even set the stun timer this way. If you really want. I don't think I want, though. But in case you want, you can still do it. Like in case you want to pivot from a 2-orb strategy to a 1-orb 1 Resnor strategy, you might be interested in doing this. But actually, do you really care? I think you don't really care. Right, because this fish is going to be eaten anyway. Right, I'll break this fish and then I'll eat it. I mean... This is such a shitty sprite, I love this one. Oh wow, this is good. Yeah, maybe a tweaker-byte randomizer is actually a good idea because I'm loving this fish. And I mean, arguably one of the two cool side effects of the null glitch, null sprite glitch, is like also essentially a tweaker-byte randomizer, right? I mean, it's not quite a randomizer, it just sets all of them to 0, but that also has a bunch of cool effects. So... So yeah, tons of fun to be had when randomizing tweaker bytes. Okay, I think this fish is good for my purposes. Because it even has the advantage that you can eat it, and it stays in Yoshi's mouth. And the best thing about it is you don't even need to store a sprite on an invisible Yoshi's tongue, although maybe that actually doesn't matter so much. Do I care? Maybe I care. It's one less step in the setup. I will still have to do it twice. Also, this means that I now have to do the Yoshification trick 4 times. Right, because I want to get 2 orbs, and for each orb I first have to do this, and then have to use this in order to set the fish's horizontal speed. And... I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good, that's good. I think this should be workable. Is there any problem with this? I don't see any immediate problem, so I will just go for this one. And the good thing is 40-0A seems to be quite common. So this is... Okay, I say quite common, but actually it's not so common. So the thing is, the nice thing about this is that it has the... So somehow, which bytes are set? This one is set, which you might get happy, you might be happy about, but then you realize, wait a second, this guy is also set. Which is of course bad, but it's also kind of good, right? It's also kind of good that this guy is set. Because the fact that this guy is set just means that you can just take the fish and you can just store it in Yoshi's mouth. Which makes it easy to, like, store it for some time in case you want to do something else and just don't want your fish to start flopping again. So you just put it in Yoshi's mouth and there it stops flopping. And then you think, okay, well, now this guy should be... or maybe it starts flopping and then you think, oh yeah, this guy should be carryable again. So you just put it in Yoshi's mouth and then it becomes carryable again. Isn't that great? It's like sort of, you can stun it on demand. It's on-demand stunnable. So So that's like it's almost as good. I mean, okay, I'm saying it's almost as good as not having a set, but actually it would be a lot easier if this was just not set. Because if it was not set and this guy is set, well, then you have a power up already. What are you doing? What are you wasting your time with? But I mean, I guess, yeah. Let's say my time would be a lot worse if neither of them were set. Which other tweaker byte combinations are good? I mean, this is don't interact with other sprites. I'm not sure if I like this, but okay, sure. I guess it removes lag, because sprite-sprite interaction is somewhat costly. What else? Process while off screen would of course be cool if it was set, but it's not mandatory. I mean, somehow I'm looking at like, can I get any other good combinations? I mean, somehow good combinations should have this unset and this set. So speeds 4 and 8 are good. What does this having being unset mean? It means that the second nibble is low. Okay, sure. I guess the speed of -4 is also good then. Maybe I should check what a fish with -4 speed looks like. I mean, it doesn't really matter because I have 2 good speeds already. So I shouldn't have too much problem setting this up. But maybe I should at least check what the other ones look like, just like for completeness sake. So 3402. Hello? I dropped my... Oh. Oh, Bizarre is refusing to accept inputs. Ah, right. Great emulator. So let's just do it like this. Okay, so 34.0. Yeah, so this is... They seem pretty similar, these fish, honestly. Honestly, they seem pretty similar. Like, these fish seem pretty similar. I don't think they change in, like, any meaningful way. They differ in, like, any meaningful way, I think. Which one are the advantages of this guy? Oh, this one should persist off-screen. Oh yeah, permanent fish. Okay, maybe that's cool. Maybe I want to have a permanent fish. Just to, like, flex or something. Oh yeah, look, I have a permanent fish. Actually, how do I get rid of it then? Like this, I guess. Just burn it and then collect the coin. So there's still ways to get rid of it. Or I just change its tweaker bytes again. Or I do this, apparently. Yoshi just doesn't care. The fish does this to Mario, but Yoshi just doesn't care. He just, like, kicks it away. Okay, I love Yoshi. Very good sprite. Okay, so this is a good fish, I think. The best part about... Oh! You can have so much fun with broken tweaker byte fish. Wait, how did I even do this? I need Mario's hitbox to interact, but not the Yoshi's? That's actually quite annoying. Should put this in a pit hack. Having to bounce on a flopping fish with broken tweaker bytes. Maybe it's time for an April Fool's pit hack. Okay, I think I'm done with testing, so it's time to go back to the actual copy of BizHawk I have open. And to actually do all of the nonsense that I just said. Which involves first looking through part of the movie again until I find a position that I'm happy with. Because what do I have to do now? It's a bunch of stuff, really. And so I should think about what I'm doing for a second. But also I shouldn't think too much, because I think this is actually a very simple setup. For some completely asinine definitions of simple. And very. And setup. Yeah. So what am I doing here? I'm moving the brown platform. That's a good step. I want to keep this. What is the next thing I'm doing? I'm getting a flower. I think getting flowers is good. I'm going to keep the flower. What is this step? It's getting a pokey head, a carryable pokey head. I think that's a good step, and it was very annoying to do, so let's keep it. I mean, the annoying part was somehow recovering the flower afterwards. Then this is a step that's mandatory anyway, because you have to do this every time you change the you change any sprite's trigger bytes. And so what's the next step? So what's actually the next step now? The next step now is getting a fish into sprite slot 5. So, okay, so the important thing is, no, I do need, right, I keep forgetting this. I do always need to store, I do always need to store a sprite on the invisible Yoshi's tongue. Actually, is that true? Because there is a third way of Yoshifying, which is somewhat rarely done. But you can also, you do not have to Yoshify. Okay, so the thing is, some of what I've been doing up until now is I've been dropping Yoshis which have something in their mouth in a pit and then Yoshifying platforms. And then spitting out the platform's mouth contents. But you don't actually need to do that. You can also throw Yoshis into pits and then Yoshify platforms and then let the platform swallow. So you can make the platform swallow a sprite. And that also leads to interesting behavior. And the important thing is that I believe this doesn't move the sprites over to screen 9. Because if you spit out the platform's mouth's contents, then this moves the sprite in slot. But then you don't get the trigger corruption, because the trigger corruption only happens when you spit. Okay, so swallowing is not an option. Swallowing is not an option. Need to spit out the platform's mouth content. Okay. So swallowing the platform's mouth's content is not an option. I need the platform to spit. The platform does not swallow. Okay. Because that gives me the trigger corruption that I want. So I always need to store. So I always need to store sprite slot 5 on my invisible Yoshi's tongue, which adds an extra step to the setup every time. I was earlier saying maybe you don't have to do this, but I do actually have to do this every time. This actually makes the setup quite lengthy every time, because this means that I have to do quite a bunch of stuff. Yeah, okay. That's a bit unfortunate. I was hoping to get around this. Is there any other thing that I can... I'm sorry, I just rewound without any good reason, but I want to look at what I'm doing here just to get an estimate of how lengthy this setup is. And to, in particular, see if I can like optimize any step of it. Because I will have to do this twice, so it might be good to actually think about what I'm doing here before I do it. I think in general that's a good thing when playing puzzles, like think about what you're doing. And right now I'm still in the phase where I have the brown platform in the item box. So this is the part where I get the brown platform, then there's now the part where I get the pokey. This is the part where I get the pokey. Okay, now I have the pokey. And now there's the part where I start actually setting up for the first platform Yoshification. And there's a bit questionable what I'm doing here. Because somehow I'm spitting out the... Why am I doing any of this? I'm spitting out the springboard there, and then I'm going here, and then I'm doing this. What am I doing? I mean, this makes sense. I'm getting a fish into slot 7, and then using this to get a fish into slot 5, and then feed Yoshi with slot... Oh, but the springboard movement makes me, like, mad how bad it is. This is, like, so bad. What the fuck am I doing there? I mean, actually, what am I doing there? I don't understand what I'm doing there. Should I understand what I'm doing there? Like, I'm taking a springboard and I'm... Why don't I just take the Yoshi and move, like, up there? What's wrong with me? Is there, like, any reason for me to move like this? This just seems like terrible movement. Especially because I'm, like, landing on the... And then I'm scrolling in order to get the pokey on the screen, and then... But then okay. Now I'm scrolling to prevent loading a sprite into sprite slot 5, so that I can get the fish into 5. I'm just going to keep this shitty springboard movement in. Who cares? This movie has 13 minutes of pausing. Who cares about 5 seconds of terrible springboard movement at this point? Except me. I care. Okay, but here's actually the point where I should be doing something completely different. Because now, what I'm doing here is just plain old garbage. So what I'm doing here is just plain old garbage. So what should I be doing instead? So what's actually the problem with this, with what's going on here? The problem with what's going on here... Actually, first of all, the question that I should be asking here is, why is there even a springboard in 2? And why is there a springboard in 0? Actually, do I even want the springboard in 0? Is there like any reason for the springboard in 0 to exist? Because the thing is, I'm actually running out of sprite slots here, right? Because I just said I want to double tongue 4 times because I need to do the Yoshification platform thing 4 times, which means I need to Yoshify 4 times. And Yoshifying 4 times, right? And every time I Yoshify, I do it by throwing the Yoshi just straight through the floor, which means that I need the Yoshi to be in slot 3 every single time, and I need to get a null sprite every single time. Make sense? Makes sense. And so I need to double tongue 4 times. But also every time I drop a Yoshi through the floor, its mouth needs to be full. Because otherwise I can't spit out the platform's mouth. And if I can't spit out the platform's mouth, then what am I even doing? Then there was no point in Yoshifying. So every time I drop the Yoshi, it needs something in its mouth. But now if you've counted, this means I need to Yoshify 4 times, and I need to have something in Yoshi's mouth 4 times, which means I need to have 8 sprite slots. So how do I fix the problem that I don't have 8 sprite slots to spare? Well, I use sprite slot 11 and 10 every single time, and just overwrite the ghost sprites that I produce this way, right? But what does this mean concretely now? This means that I need a P-switch in 11 and a P-switch in 10. But you know what's currently in 10? Right, this flower. And what's a flower? Not a P-switch. And so I need to make sure that there is a sprite slot for the flower to spawn in, because otherwise the flower will always force itself into one of sprite slots 11 and 10. And it will always... yeah. I mean, I guess there's one way out of this, but the thing is, I need to duplicate the flower. In order to duplicate the flower, I need to already have spat out the null sprite that I'm going to produce now. And so, the moment I do that, of course, my Yoshi is going to fall through the floor, as long as I'm not sitting on it. And so it's going to be annoying to... actually, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. I can get the null sprite, spit it out. No, I can get the null sprite, not spit it out, overwrite the sprite in slot 11 by throwing the pokey head up, then spit out the null sprite, then duplicate the flower. Ha! That's what I'm doing. Okay. That seems good to me. I just hope that I am in a... Wait. No! I have set up a beautiful stun glitch setup here. I don't actually want to do this now. So what did I say I want to do? I want to take the pokey head, override. Wait, don't do this. I am not allowed to kill this fish in slot 5. Oh fuck, this was good. I want to override the pokey head. For this, I want to... okay, I'm too slow. How do I become faster? Yeah, this doesn't work. I'm too slow for this. Okay. So I'll just free up a sprite slot. How do I free up a sprite slot? I think by just getting rid of one of the springboards. I think the springboard in 0 is just garbage. Just get rid of the springboard in 0. How do you get rid of a springboard? Actually, how do you get rid of a springboard? Just swallow it? Because if I get rid of the springboard, then then the flower can spawn in 0. I mean, I could also try to get rid of the key in 1, but that's going to automatically solve itself, that problem. Right, that's actually going to auto-solve itself, that problem. Because I'm going to spit out a null sprite, and at that moment the key stops being persistent. So it's going to despawn off screen like every good sprite. You know what I wish didn't despawn off screen? This fucking platform. It's so annoying to keep this on screen the entire time. But I'll manage, I hope. I think I'm past the worst part now. I think now I have a good plan. I just need to do it. And I should probably, first of all, put a save state here for good measure. Where's this save state? Where's this save state? Where's this save state? Where are all of these save states? How about I copy a bunch of save states over so that I can have good save states in good places. I mean, I don't want to throw away my medium old save states for the unlikely case that I have messed up, for the unfortunately not completely unlikely case that I have messed up seriously. Let's just put it that way, honestly. I mean, there's a non-zero chance that I have messed up like extremely badly somewhere along the way. But I think the chance is actually quite low. But it's non-zero. I mean, somehow the chance is non-zero that I messed up extremely badly. Also, there's a thunderstorm outside here. Who put that there? I could also get rid of the springboard in 2. I could also get rid of the springboard in 2. I could also just try to be faster on this one. Like at the end of the day, I could just try to be faster on this one. I'm not sure if that's a good idea to try and be faster. That's probably a bad idea, right? I should probably just get rid of one of the sprites that I don't need anymore. Oh, I forgot how annoying it is to play with this much lag. Oh no, I forgot about this. How annoying it is that this game lags so much right now. Oh, and I also forgot how annoying it is that this fucking platform keeps despawning. Uh, what? Wait, you can't do this with the swallow timer? I thought you could do this with the swallow. No, you can't do this with the swallow timer. In case you don't know what this is with the swallow timer, it is letting it run 4 times as fast by scrolling. Because I really want Yoshi to swallow a sprite right now. And preferably a bit more quickly. And arguably, I am also interested in... Wait, what? Oh. Apparently that broke something. Okay, that seems to be fine still. Would kind of prefer this fish to go away. Fish? Guess it's not terrible. Wait, what's in slot 2 right now? Why is there something in slot 2? Who put something in slot 2? Fuck. Why is there something in slot 2? I guess because slot 2 was empty. So a coin just thought, yeah, slot 2 is empty, time to spawn there. I would prefer the coin didn't think that. Okay, there. I got rid of the sprite in slot 2. Wait. Now it's spawning again. I didn't actually want that to happen. I just want the slot 2 to be empty. That's pretty good. I like this. What I don't like is where I put the P-switches. I think the position where I put the P-switches is bad. The P-switch, I think the P-switch position is bad. This is like peak rumgedümpel again. At least I only have to figure out the setup once and then can use it twice. I hope. I hope this P-switch position is good. I would like this P-switch position to be good, please. Who put the fucking fish there? Who put the fish there? Oh no, who put the fish there? Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, all of this is fine. This is only a fraction of the headaches that I had last week, at least. No. 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 Oh no. Yoshi? Stop eating the Koopa. Stop eating the fish. Ah, I can't make it eat neither the fish nor the Koopa, or what? Fuck this fish. Seriously, fuck this fish. Also, fuck the platform for despawning the entire time. How do I prevent this Yoshi from eating stuff? How do I... Does pausing help? How desperate am I that I'm seriously considering pausing in order to prevent Yoshi from eating a fish? I'm not sure yet. Fuck this. Am I seriously in the position where I have to... Oh, okay, nice. I was about to be desperate that I'm actually in a position where I have to do a setup so that Yoshi doesn't eat a fish or a Koopa. Because I kind of still need both of these sprites. Arguably, the fish actually could have been replaced. Actually, now that I think about it more, I could have replaced the fish. Actually, who the fuck cares about the fish? Wait, if I don't do this, then... Oh, fuck. Oh no. Okay, that's good. If I don't do this, then I don't get the North Bracelet. Because then the last thing on Yoshi's tongue was slot 5. I just could have kick-killed it earlier. Actually, I should do that. Let's get rid of this stupid, messy setup. I don't want to have all of this ugly movement in there, because like it's just making things worse down the line. I don't need the fish, right? I can just make a new one. I'm not being stupid here. In fact, all of this nonsense about... In fact, everything I'm doing here is stupid. Fuck all of this. Just kill the fish. I wanted to get a free sprite slot. There's my free sprite slot. There you go. Just... get rid of the fish. I mean, seriously, like... Oh. Oh. Maybe I don't want to scroll then. Oh. Who put that P-switch there? I think I actually know the answer on that one. In that case, I do know the answer, but also P-switches are kind of easier to avoid. I do not want to be in the passive spawn region of another sprite, apparently. Am I still? Yes, I am still. I guess I can avoid this by... Can I avoid this? I can't avoid this, right? Ooh, I can't avoid this. Except by moving the camera, I guess. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, I think I'm doing almost the correct things now. Except that it took me like 20 minutes to set all of this up. But I swear it'll be fine. I'm not sure who I'm trying to fool with these sentences, but maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just trying to fool myself. Okay, there we go. I have 2 flowers now. And the next step is... The next step is to get a fish in slot 5. The next step is to scroll the camera to get the next step is to scroll the camera in order to get the platform spawn region on screen. Apparently I don't know where the platform spawn region is. Where's the platform spawn region? Wait, where is the platform spawn region? Apparently camera position 175. So apparently this is fine. And now you just need to get lucky with... Okay, maybe I should stop being stupid. Okay, maybe I should stop being unlucky though. Because like now I have actually... Hello? Okay, this is... Hello? I mean, I know I could frame advance this to actually get the correct... Okay, there we go. Oh, now I realize that I made a mistake. Also, what happened to the Koopa in slot 7? Apparently nothing. Yeah, but I made a mistake. I forgot to mount this Yoshi. You see the problem? Because I see the problem. Okay, I forgot to mount the Yoshi. Minor problem, though. Minor problem. Is this really a minor problem? I mean, how bad can it be? How bad can it be? He asked. The problem is that I need to mount a Yoshi in slot. Well, I'm currently sitting on a Yoshi that doesn't interact with the floor anymore. So that's makes it slightly more difficult to. That makes it slightly more difficult to remount this Yoshi. But it'll be fine, I think. You see, this is almost mounting the Yoshi already. Wait, maybe this is actually pretty bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This might actually be bad. Oh, how bad is it really? Wait, how bad is it really? How do you mount two Yoshis if one of them doesn't? Can you mount two Yoshis on the same frame? That would be kind of the easiest thing, honestly. I think that should be fine because you interact with the Yoshi in slot 4 first, right? I am not the hugest fan of what's going on here. Why is it so hard to mount two Yoshis on the same frame? Can you do it? Wait, is there... Wait. Please don't tell me this is an actual problem. I mean, it's not a huge problem. I know how to, like, circumvent this, in theory. But... wow, would this be annoying if this is a... is there a different setup that might be less bad? Uh... 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 Hmm. Oh no. I mean, I know I'm not doing optimal movement here. I'm aware this can be fixed, in theory. But... I was hoping this would be less bad. Because turns out that this seems to be pretty annoying. I mean, what am I doing here, really? I'm trying to mount two Yoshis at the same time. Yeah, I think the strat is to try and... I mean, funny, but useless, I think. I mean, you can clip the ground in this way, but yeah, we knew that. I mean, it makes sense that you can clip the ground using a Yoshi that actually, like, literally falls through the floor. You just mount it while it's in the ground. Yeah, sure. It's very plausible that that's possible, but... I was trying to, like, get ahead of the one Yoshi and then mount them on consecutive frames. Apparently mounting them on the same frame is just not possible? Really confuses me though that this is not possible, apparently. Like, how? Wait, why does this not count as mounting them at the same frame? Like, hello? What am I missing? Why does this not mount both of them? I mean, actually, why does this not mount both of them? I'm a bit confused. I mean, I'm trying to get ahead of one of the falling Yoshi, and then somehow really mount them on consecutive frames, but seems to me that this is not possible. Why is this not possible? Do I not understand how mounting Yoshis works? Oh. Maybe I just don't understand how mounting Yoshis works, but I mean, maybe you can't? I'm not sure. Can't you mount a Yoshi with +0 speed? Vertical? I mean, I guess the answer is no. I mean, maybe that's the problem, that you can't mount a Yoshi with +0 speed, but oh. Huh. Mm, then I guess I need to restart at this position. Uh, can I try and fix it this way? Maybe if I move the flower over to the left. Maybe if I move the flower over to the left. Which I then have to do on this frame, or in this situation here. Yeah, but even in this case, this is like... Pretty bad. Ooh. I mean, this is mostly a logistical issue. I'm pretty sure this actually can be fixed. Because, like, at the end of the day, I mean, okay. First of all, if you're willing to wait 18 minutes, then this is a complete non-issue, right? Because you just wait for the flower to return. But let's be real. No. The other thing is you could have just placed the invisible Yoshi at a better spot. And maybe I should. Maybe that's like just the true solution. Just move the invisible Yoshi to a spot where it is just not annoying to remount it in time. Right? Because at the end of the day, there's no reason for this Yoshi to be here. It could be here. Who cares? How long do I have to rewind in order to get back to the better position of the Yoshi? But there's like so many little logistical issues to solve in this. This is like logistics nightmare, this puzzle. And this is a bit the sad part, that like it seems, I mean, that somehow my experience of playing this puzzle is extremely dominated by this kind of purely logistical issue. And yeah. And yeah, I feel like it's more so in this one than in other glitch puzzles. Also, I mean, because like, once again, right? Like, what just happened? I just despawned the platform again. And it's like, yeah, great. I'm having so much fun trying to like juggle all of this nonsense in around. Like, really? Like, really? That's the experience? And it is just. And the problem is, like, my entire experience with playing this puzzle is basically like this. And it's like, it's so many little issues. The fact that basically everything you do is done in a space where a million other stuff has to like be placed already in order for the puzzle to work. And like, I get it's a two-screen puzzle, but wow, I mean, somehow the problem is like the lack of space actually gets in the way of the puzzle solving, I feel like. Because this is just not set up in a way to be like friendly to the player in any way. It just is, and the problem is it's just annoying. There's no like actual puzzle benefit to me having to juggle this shitty fish here. I don't know. But I need to store sprite slot 5 on an invisible Yoshi's tongue, and the problem is like I can't manipulate sprite slots properly because no matter where you go in this level, you either despawn this shitty platform or you spawn this platform into a slot, and like despawning this platform becomes annoying. And why there is a permanent springboard and permanent key here, nobody knows, but they're there for like just reasons. Actually, for the springboard, I have no idea why it exists. I still have no discernible use for this springboard. It might be because I'm breaking something, who knows? But it's sitting there, and it's lagging the game, and the lag is just the cherry on top. Like having to do all of this rumgedümpel here while the lag is ticking, it's like that's genuinely just annoying. And yeah, you used that springboard. I have the feeling that your solution was also not the one Magikey intended, though. And the problem is I can't scroll to like despawn this Koopa without spawning this shitty platform. And if I now scroll to spawn this shitty platform, then yeah, great. And like, there is just so much garbage in this level. Who put all of this garbage here? And I mean, of course, some of the garbage I put here myself. I take responsibility for most of the... Actually, I don't take responsibility for most of the garbage. Most of the garbage is here because the puzzle forces me to have it here. It's like, why does there have to be so much lag? Who put the lag in my game? Okay, so like, I mean, of course, I'm not advocating for the use of the SA1 patch, right? I mean, the SA1 is I mean, I don't know. The SA1 patch is always a bit weird to me. Like, because somehow the only thing that the SA1 has going for it is like historical precedent. Because like realistically, the usage of the SA1 patch is like screwing. I mean, the SA1 is literally just a processor screwed into your cartridge. And then there is the MSU one, which is just a made-up expansion chip which doesn't exist. What's preventing me from just making up an expansion chip where I put like a modern processor into my cartridge? The answer is conceptually there's no difference, of course, and so yeah. And so the only thing that the SA1 has going for it is precedence. And MSU1 for some reason as well. That's the part I never got though. Like, I mean, the SA1 is in some sense fine because it has at least historical precedence in the sense it actually existed for the SNES. But the MSU1 is like completely made up. A modern processor that runs a copy of the hack in this hawk. Yes, truly. Truly, that's what we need. Yoshi doesn't grow from this. That's what I expected. Because I can still count. I don't want the Yoshi to eat the fish immediately. I have the feeling that this is going to be bad. Actually, maybe this is not so bad. The Yoshi, however, has different plans. This is an unfortunate reality. However, nobody ever said that I needed to use a fish to fill my sprite slots. And because I don't need to use fish, I just won't. Uh, Wait. Is every sprite slot full? No, sprite slot 5 is empty. Oh, wait. I think I'm fine with this. Yeah, I think I'm fine with this. I just need to adjust some sprite slots. And they involve getting a Koopa into the sprite slot, and they involve this despawning this platform. And then they involve waiting for this coin to despawn. Then they involve realizing the fact that I once again put the Pokey too close to my null sprite setup. But this time I'm fine. And this time I have my 2 flowers. Okay, maybe I... This good? Well, no, not quite. Wait, I forgot to spawn a fish on 5. There you go, fish and 5. Now I need to still scroll this camera. Scroll the camera maybe? Scroll camera, scroll camera, scroll camera. Scroll camera. Twice? Because the game is like, you want to scroll the camera, maybe you want to scroll it by 9 pixels. I mean, surely 9 pixels, that must be enough, right? 9 pixels, that's great. Exactly the amount you wanted to scroll the camera by, right? 9 pixels? Yeah, I like it when the camera is scrolled by 9 pixels. So the game just scrolls the camera by 9 pixels for you, right? Because surely that's enough. Nobody would ever want to move the camera by more than 9 pixels. Oh yeah, S&W scrolling code, you have to love it. And now you realize that because both spawning sprites and the Koopa moving are on a frame rule. Wait, what's the speed of the fish right now? Fuck, it's plus 20. I should have paid more attention to that. Actually, does it matter? No, it doesn't matter at all. Ah, you see, plus 4, plus 4, plus 4. Ha. There we go. I have my carryable fish. Okay. Unfortunately, it had a speed of plus 4, so it's not a permanent sprite. But I'm slowly winning, I think. The keyword is slowly. Ah, right. Also, the Koopa got up there. The Koopa moved a bit. We moved the Koopa a bit. That's fine. Okay. There's nothing wrong with this platform. Absolutely nothing is wrong with this platform. There is nothing wrong with this platform. I have the feeling the platform is a bit angry at me. I don't know why that is, actually. I think I have to despawn it in order to get it less angry. I mean, the real reason is I have to despawn it in order to get Sprite Slot 3 empty. Actually, what causes this change in behavior? Just changed behavior. Can I just, like, stand here? No, it's stable as long as it's here. Huh. That's interesting. Oh, the platform won't Turns out that despawning this platform is actually a non-trivial task, I guess. Okay. Guess this is... Okay, so the platform decides to go then? Go away platform? Okay, goodbye platform. And now it's time to respawn the Yoshi. Wait, I can't respawn the Yoshi. I cannot respawn the Yoshi, I think. Can I? I can't Oh, fuck. I can't respawn the Yoshi. Is that true? Ooh, I might have shot myself in the foot completely because I can't respawn the Yoshi because of the platform position. Oh, fuck. I need to be able to respawn the Yoshi. Yeah, I can't respawn the Yoshi. Oh, shit. Yeah, you see. This is where you run into actual problems. You can respawn the Yoshi this way, but now the platform is gone. Oh, fuck. Uh, that's like really bad. How do I fix this? That's like really bad because this means I have to go like way back in order to fix this. Oh no. Oh no, that's... Oh no, that's really bad. Oh fuck, how did I not think of that last time? Because every plan I ever had for this room involves respawning the Yoshi several times. But you definitely cannot respawn the Yoshi when the platform is here. Also, wait, there's power-up incrementation help? What? Who put that in my script? I mean, I guess I know, but... What? I guess it was completely pointless to look up how a power-up incrementation works, because I could have just hovered over this platform. The more you know. The more you know. Yeah, anyway, everything I did is kind of pointless. I need to redo, like, basically this entire room, because basically the first thing that I did in this room was place the platform. Oh no, I need to rethink everything. I mean, I don't need to rethink everything, but I need to redo everything. Which is arguably even worse, because that's not even interesting. However, there is actually one interesting part, which is how do I place the platform in a better position? Because somehow I placed the platform there because it was one possible position to place it in. That doesn't mean this is the best position to place it in. But it was one position to place it in. And the point is, actually I have no idea what this even means. Yoshi X position left minus 26 or right minus 58. What does minus 26 mean? Relative to a screen border? The claim Yoshi position should be E6 or... What's minus 26? Minus 26, minus 26, E6, right? Yeah, my E6. E6 or C6? I guess that doesn't sound terrible. But then why does it say minus 26 instead of 230 like normal person would say that position? This is bad. This is bad. Okay, so where are these positions? Actually, I should now think about where these positions are. And now I also need to think about what's actually the highest camera position that I can get to without despawning the platform. And this is something I should probably just check without recording the movie. First of all, what's the last camera position before despawning this? Platform. It seems to be 219. Okay, 219. What's the last camera position I want to reach? 256. How do I reach 256? By moving the... How do I achieve that? By moving the platform 37 pixels to the right. How do you move the platform 37 pixels to the right? By having it be at position 241. Okay, so I want the platform to be at 241. Let's just cheat the platform's position to be 241 just to check these claims. I just saw the new S&W Central website. I don't like how it looks. I really don't like how it looks. Oh no. Who put this there? I mean, I know who put this there, but I really don't like how it looks. It's kind of this thing of... It's kind of this thing of... For some reason, the website seems like it's designed for a 4x3 monitor. And I don't understand. Why would you design your website like it's for a 4x3 monitor? Nobody is using a 4x3 monitor. Like, nobody. That's like not the aspect ratio of anyone. I mean, I get trying to like clamp the website so that it doesn't look completely broken on a 32:9 monitor. But also a 32:9 monitor is just broken design in the first place. Why would you use that? And so... And I mean, if I'm going to use such an absurd aspect ratio, then like, I guess I actually want to use that absurd aspect ratio. I mean, somehow now I have like just a bunch of dead space on the left of my monitor, and I have a bunch of left space on the dead space on the right of the monitor, and in the center everything is cramped. And then like yeah, I don't know. I really don't like how it looks. Anyway, I want to look up something. I want to use this information in order to move this platform. So assume I move the platform here. Then I can't despawn it anymore. Okay, now I can't despawn it anymore. Okay, so I guess what I should really do, and the question is, can I now still do power-up incrementation? And the answer is yes. If the platform is here, I can do power-up incrementation. Okay, so the only thing I somehow need to figure out is how to move this platform here. And then the advantage of this position is also that I don't have to worry about it, about accidentally despawning the platform anymore. So after I've done this, I have at least one less headache to worry about. Which I guess is good. One less headache? I mean, aren't we all happy with one less headache? Which now leads to the question, how do I do this though? How do I... Have a good night, Datsun. How do I position this platform here? Because somehow I positioned this platform 37 pixels more to the left because that turned out to have a nice or a semi-nice setup. I mean, I yelled a lot at the screen while doing the setup, but at least it was possible. Which, at the end of the day, it's good when things are possible. There is one thing I could try where I store the sprite on an invisible Yoshi's tongue. You might say, but wait a second, won't the invisible Yoshi then swallow it? But you can cancel an invisible Yoshi's tongue. Right? So what I would then do is I can eat, yeah, right. I think I should do that. Because somehow the other problem then would be, how do I get the platform to be here, right? Because somehow you see 241 isn't quite enough. I mean, maybe it's barely enough if you stand like here, like this, and then eat cancel normally. But the problem with doing this is that somehow you need to despawn what's on Yoshi's tongue currently in order to get this to work, right? And I do not want to get this platform into 10 and 11 because I will need to replace 10 and 11 a bunch of times. So the other thing you could try, fish item swaps won't work at that X position. So I guess the point is, probably eat canceling. Eat canceling by growing another Yoshi is probably the best option. As ridiculous as that sounds, that might actually be the best option. The advantage of placing it like here is that I can place it like in midair here, which might be cool. I'm not sure if that's actually cool, but okay. But this means I have to redo basically this entire room. Oh no. I guess I can do some things better the next time. It's not entirely clear to me what I can do better this time. Okay. Okay, let's maybe watch the movie and see the correct things that I did. Because I will have to redo most of what I'm doing here. And some of the first two steps of getting two P-switches and getting an adult Yoshi, those are of course fine. But I think the very next step is already not fine anymore. I think already the very next step is not fine. Okay, anyway, I mean, I'm already watching like a lot of stuff that's way into the future and that I can't reuse. Okay, so the important thing is to just make sure that yeah, okay. I mean, then I get the pokey. Let's just recall what I did next. I mean, at least I won't have to think about despawning the platform off screen anymore. So I guess all of my time getting mad at that platform despawning should have been a wake-up call in order to make sure that this platform doesn't despawn, both for my mental health and and the fact that I actually can respawn the Yoshi. Oh no, I hate that I missed that. Okay, and starting from here is the null sprite setup. Okay, I'm slightly mad that I missed that. I should have caught that. Ah. And just want to make sure that I see which sprites I'm getting rid of on the left side and which sprites I'm keeping. Because that might be interesting to know. Oops. Pen spinning got wrong. Okay, so what am I doing here? I am mounting my Yoshi. I'm removing the springboard. I'm getting a P-switch. Okay, all of that is fine. Only 2 of the sprites are left. SW Central div view forum content max with 100% important. Let's see how much that broke. The other thing that I kind of don't like about this website redesign right now, actually there are 2 more things. First of all, the hack description page, I think like the top part of the description is like harder to read now. And somehow the 2 reasons I can pin down for this is that it has a monochromatic background instead of like the alternating dark gray, somewhat lighter gray that the rest of the forms use. In order to like separate individual paragraphs, that you have like a background color change every time. And then the fact that like it breaks away from this table format that every other part of the submission details uses, where you have like this nice table format that left side is what is it and right side is like the thing. And of course there's much more space on the right side. And here you have like this kind of thing where you have like subsection headers instead. And subsection headers are kind of fine for like long paragraphs of text, but they're not fine for this, I feel like. Anyway, I don't know why I'm complaining on this here. I should probably complain somewhere else. And then sort of, I kind of don't like the new forum layout. I feel it feels like it has less flavor than the old one. And also for some reason it swapped the last post and the number of replies and number of views. Like, why do I care that there are 24,933 posts and announcements? I want to see what's written in there. Who last wrote there? Why do I see that there are 24,933 posts? Who cares? Why is that even a thing that is presented to me in like an extra box? Like, why? Why is that there? Ah. there like a complaint thing where I can complain? I don't like how this looks. Because I can wait, can you reply? I guess I can reply. Am I supposed to be able to reply? I guess I am. And nobody did yet. Weird. You don't have to look over to the... It's not clear to me that that's actually better, though. I mean, okay, I guess it depends a bit on what use case. But on the other hand, I don't see why anyone would ever care that there had been 112,665 posts in side contests and events. And it blends, yeah, exactly, it blends into a lot more. And I think even the font size has decreased, although the font size on that has never been too big. But also there's like a lot of empty space between lines. And like the font size is not big, but the space between lines is like big. I don't understand this decision. Why can't you just make the font bigger if you want to space out everything vertically more? Instead, we are in the situation where we have like small font and big line spacing. I kind of don't like that. Like, I mean, because somehow the thing I'm getting is slightly more mad than maybe should be. Well, actually, I think I'm not that mad, but somehow I'm actually quite irritated because the thing is that this is like a design trend all over the internet right now, and I don't understand it. Like somehow you've had separate mobile and desktop pages for ages now, and that's a good thing. So I don't understand why the desktop version of the site has to look like a mobile version, because you can just serve a different version to a different user client. It's like how our websites have worked for like ages at this point, that you can phones identify themselves as phone browsers. So why are you making like the desktop page mobile friendlier? And somehow a lot of websites have gone to the trend that they don't want to use the full 16:9 monitor anymore and instead want to like squeeze everything onto 4:3. And I don't understand it. Like, I mean, somehow Wikipedia does the same. And that's like the first thing. Every time I go to Wikipedia now, because for some reason it doesn't remember, of course, is that I put it back to widescreen and the font size too small. Because just the amount of text that I get on screen otherwise is like half as much as I want to. Like, ah. Yeah, sure, but I mean, somehow you can just change the style sheet. I mean, just have a mobile style sheet and have a desktop style sheet and be done with it. I mean, you don't have to change literally everything, right? You can just change the CSS and like leave the content the same, right? Because like, I mean, HTML is just basically a semantic language. It's telling you which part of the website semantically serves which purpose, and then how to actually translate these semantics into design you can do using CSS. That's kind of the point of having two different languages in the first place, right? I mean, somehow that's, I don't know. I mean, my understanding of web design is admittedly not huge. Okay, anyway. Enough talking, back to actually playing the game. I think I'm fine. Except that I have to load this save state and not the other one. And then I have to cry. And for safety reasons, I will put a save state here. Because it might be that I want to look up how I did something. Yeah, I mean, probably like with semi-advanced CSS knowledge, you can probably cook up a lot of very cool stuff. It's just I have none of this knowledge, and I will just straight up tell you. But what I do know is that I don't like the fact that half of the websites on the internet think that like a third of my monitor space is just dead space that shouldn't be used. Or that like somehow today I read a blog post which was a single column of text concentrated in the center fourth of my monitor. Like 3/4 of my monitor were just dead space. And it's like, why? Like uh, I mean, some people claim that this makes the text easier to read, but that's just wrong. I mean, maybe it makes the text easier to read for some, but it doesn't for me. It's like the universality in that claim is just wrong. I mean, I don't know. But somebody made that claim, I guess, and now that's a web design best practice or something. Or maybe it's just a mobile phone thing. I have no idea. But if it's a mobile phone thing, then why change it for desktop as well? Because I mean, these websites often have separate mobile phone designs anyway. And I mean, these are actually just literal paragraphs of text, right? So you can scale them to whatever size you want without breaking your HTML. So, yeah, I don't even know. Do I actually need these sprites? Like, do I want one of them alive, maybe? Do I care about them, like, at all? Maybe I want, like, one of them alive, but I feel like I actually just kind of don't want them. They seem to be kind of annoying. Maybe I want, like, one of them for, like, better sprite sort management, but uh, I mean, maybe I should have cared to actually set save states at some point. I think setting save state here is fine. Wait, I did the same mistake again? No, I didn't. Was about to be really annoyed at myself. Fucking up the same way twice. Ah, you see this? I see this. A platform at a usable position. Hmm. Can it despawn? No, it cannot despawn. Ah, that's beautiful. Ah, platform at a usable position. You see this? Mmm, tasty, tasty, tasty. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. And it's not in one of the special sprite slots. I put it in sprite slot 6. I'm not sure if that's terrible bad. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so as a next step, however, I still need to... Okay, so as a next step, I need to cancel this invisible Yoshi's tongue. To do this, I will just mount it. I will just mount it. Would you, Koopa? What? Cancel the invisible Yoshi's tongue, he said. That's fine, he said. Wait, I'm so sure I've done this before. What's the problem with this? Wait, what? I mean, I remember there was like a thing of, oh yeah, depending on which direction the Yoshi faces and some nonsense about like where the player is relative to the sprite and in which direction the sprite moves or some bullshit like this. But I feel like I had all the combinations down there. It's like... And Yoshi just didn't care about any of this. I am... I am just... I don't even know anymore. I don't know what to say. So as a next step, I will stun the Pokey. As a next step, I will stun the Pokey. Although actually, as a next step, I could also get rid of the Yoshi in slot 3. I need to do an extra stun glitch now, but oh well. So getting the Pokey and getting rid of the Yoshi both require... so getting rid of the Yoshi is probably better to do first. I think actually it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I think those are just genuinely switchable steps. So let's get rid of the Yoshi. Ah, you know, somebody learned. That somebody was me. Okay, so I duplicated my flower, and then I got rid of Yoshi. Oh, but now the Yoshi is respawning immediately, and we do not want that, because I want my Yoshi to respawn in slot 3. Now I can respawn the Yoshi. And now that I can respawn the Yoshi, I can now go and feed the Yoshi. You know, I think actually this is going to be a lot less of a headache when the platform doesn't respawn, and also with the new strats that don't involve stunning so many sprites. So maybe most of my headaches were just really self-inflicted. Okay, so the next step will be to the next step actually will be to stun a Pokey. Actually, you know what I used for that last time? This Koopa over here. You know what I don't have over here anymore? Right, a Koopa. Yeah. Love it when that happens. Oh well. Okay, so what's the next step? The next step is to get a flopping fish in 7. And just pray that he flops the correct way. By the way, by the time now the poke is going to be in 7, so this is the time where I really say, okay, I have no interest in wait, this is bad. The pokey spawns, and this takes a sprite slot for my flower, and so the flower overrode the sprite I want to stun with. Bad, bad flower. Let's put a safe set here. How long does it take for this poke to despawn? Too long. I think this is the correct thing to say. Um, Might just stand here and wait for the pokey to fall down. And then cry as my fish commits suicide. Like there's a hungry dinosaur there and it just jumps into its mouth. I hate this fish. No, don't jump into me. This might be good. Might be terrible. No, this is terrible. I think this is the thing you call terrible. I think this is the thing you call terrible. I mean, arguably, I don't actually care about the fish being a fish. As long as it's a sprite that can't stay in Yoshi's mouth, that's fine. So maybe I should just accept that it is a coin now? Like, maybe I should just accept that it is a coin. Um, I kind of don't like how I planned this. By which I mean I kind of don't like how I didn't plan this properly. So the thing is, the nice thing is that I don't know why I shot 2 fireballs here. That was not a correct decision. I think it's actually good if the... Yeah, I think I like this. Uh, kind of don't like how mounting this Yoshi seems to involve crushing this Koopa. So I guess I will have to do this trick again. Except that I did it too early again. The trick, of course, being the fact that the... Yeah, this is good. Long tongue. Except that I should have waited like a bunch more even. Yeah, and this is now... I should have even waited a bunch more. And now I run into the situation that apparently I... wait, now I fuck up? Apparently? Uh... Okay, this should be good. Except that the Koopa now turns around. Which is terminally bad. Oh no. So I guess I have to prevent the Koopa from turning around though. That's like super bad though. Koopa turns around. Koopa turns around. Why is this the stuff that I now have to think about? Why is there always something new to think of? Wait, why does the Koopa turn around now? Okay, now stunning a Poke is once again a problem. But I mean, okay, once I have stunned the Poke, then I'm actually everything is smooth sailing, I think. I think I'm actually smooth sailing from here though. After I get this Poke, because now I don't even have to think about a lot of things anymore. I hope. I mean, now that I failed in every conceivable way, at least once, surely it's going to be fine. Surely it's going to be fine now that I have failed in every conceivable way once. Because no other ways are conceivable, really, right? So, like, how bad can it be? I mean, there's nothing left to go wrong, exactly. There's nothing left to go wrong. Except for actually missing this flower. That would be actually pretty bad. But should be fine. This is something I'm actually mildly worried about. Being able to miss this flower. And I mean being able to miss this flower, I mean being able to miss duplicating this flower. Because somehow the flower timing is actually extremely tight. And I was quite lucky to get it as well as I did last time. Screen scrolling during a stun setup, but I might actually have to go for it. But it's fine. It's arguably fine. Some people would claim it's fine. I'm not sure if I'm one of these people. But surely something is fine. The main problem is that I'm not able to just spit out the pokey on the ground. Otherwise I'd be done now, right? But that's the big problem. Maybe it's actually enough to like move like this. Ooh, this seems to be enough. This seems to be like barely enough. This is not enough? But like... the problem is that the Koopa gets in the way. I cannot stomp the Koopa. I really need the Koopa for later. I cannot stomp the Koopa. I need the Koopa for later. I need the Koopa for later. Oh, this is so bad. I need the Koopa for later. Fuck. Hmm. Yeah. And it's like, it's not that far off, but it's far enough off that the strat seems doomed. Ah, fuck. I was so lucky with duplicating the flower last time. I knew that. That's so bad. But yeah, I think after that it's smooth sailing. Maybe, possibly, perhaps, maybe, hopefully, possibly. I mean, somehow everything here is like pretty clean, right? I mean, I get rid of the Yoshi, I duplicate the flower. Like, somehow if you have setups for everything, the world becomes nice. It's just that I don't have a good setup for this. So I guess the point is to get very mad at everything. This is how you play the game, I guess. Just get mad at everything. And just hope that at some point all of the screaming won't be in vain. I'm not sure. That actually is that's a working strategy, but it is one that I've employed a few times when stunning. You just get mad at the game, at the world. At this fucking springboard that decides to collide with the wall and come back. No, go away. I didn't want. Oh fuck! Why? Ah, who put the fireball there? Why is the run button the same button as the fireball button? That's like such an awful design decision. Nintendo, please. You have two buttons that do the same thing. Why don't you just make them do different things? Ah, Nintendo in the 90s. To be fair, actually, I was probably better on controller. Which is the same button as the grab button. Yes, if the grab button was a different one, then aha. So you instead have three actions that are all bound to the same two buttons. Right? I mean, I accept that Fireball, Cape Spin, and Yoshi Tongue are all on the same button. That's actually reasonable. Because under normal circumstances, you are never supposed to use any two of them at the same time. That's fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm complaining about literally everything else. This is a complaint stream now. Complaining about SMW Central design, complaining about the button layout of Super Mario World. It is just a complaint stream at this point. We hate on things here. Are you fucking kidding me, dear fish? Like, could you please? Complaining about intricate levelers. Yes, complaining about a lot of things. And you know why? Because everything sucks. Why am I playing this? No, I mean, somehow with all of the complaining, I do want to point out that the central glitch in this level is very, very cool, right? The central glitch in this level is very cool, and the routing is also very interesting. It's just that the execution is painful in ways that, like, other hacks aren't. Like, this is honestly, I think I'm currently having to like focus more on the game than when I did the Armageddon Resnor. And look, this is not a good thing, I think. I think the Armageddon Resnor was like painful. But Maybe I'm actually regretting the position of the flower here, because the flower is forcing me to go around, and this is losing me enough time that I missed the flower. Like, I'm actually missing the flower here because I need to spend extra time. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not getting the flower because both the Pokehead and the Koopa are conspiring against me. Holy shit. This is like terrible. But I think this is actually good. No. Okay, so this is fine. This is not fine. This is fine. I mean, if this is not fine, then I don't even know what is fine anymore. Well, what's not fine is the fact that I'm... I mean, this is almost fine. This is definitely figure outable how to... what actually is the correct English word for this? Outfigurable? Figure outable? I mean, somehow you need a way to turn that into an adjective, right? How do you adjectivize verbs in English? Like, no. Solvable. I mean, solvable is being solvable is the act of being. I mean, that you can solve it. But I want to figure it out. I mean, I agree that solvable is probably the better word, but like as a general principle, somehow there should be an adjective for every verb like this, right? Like every verb you can do to an object should have a corresponding adjective, right? Right? I feel like that's how language should work. Like in general. I mean, of course, solvable is an actual English word. I agree. And that's probably the one that I should use. So thank you. And yet I have the feeling that there should be like an adjective for this word. No, I mean somehow. I mean, I agree that the. I mean, but okay, maybe. I mean, there's of course no a priori need for a language to support this, right? But I think there is actually kind of a need to express things like this, right? Because somehow I think there is a practical need to express things like this. I mean, maybe not in the specific case of figure outable, because that really does already have a word in solvable. But more generally, you kind of want to have words that does a thing like this, I think. Anyway, what's the next step? Next step is feeding baby Yoshi and storing sprites.5 on an invisible Yoshi's tongue. The Koopa's going to get in the way with that. You know what's really going to get in the way with that? The Pokey Head. Maybe I should take the Pokey Head and move it somewhere else. Like, maybe I should just drop it here. Maybe my actual mistake with most of this level was that I was trying to do things in different spots. And the real thing that I should be doing, first of all, getting rid of the springboard, because who wants springboards? Fuck you, springboard, go away. And like, really go away. But I mean, somehow, as silly as it is, I think words like figure outable do actually have a place in the language. And somehow, the fact that it is immediately clear what I mean when I say that, I mean, I hope it is clear what I mean when I say that, indicates that this is actually sort of an almost well-formed word in the English language. And also, in particular, that using a verb and then appending able to it does actually have meaning in the English language. Maybe I should talk less about that kind of stuff and actually not hit that P-switch though. Don't hit that P-switch yet. And I was too quick to eat the P-switch again. So the next step is, of course, feeding Yoshi. Which I cannot do because somebody filled all of the sprite slots. Again. I'm not sure how that happened. Actually, why are all the sprite slots full? Right, because now I have 2 garbage sprites like this. I am wondering right now. Can you do the thing where you do this? In such a way that you can tongue another sprite first? Yes, you can! That's actually pretty cool. That's actually a pretty cool way to feed the Yoshi. I like this. Okay, so what's the next step? The next step is getting a null sprite. Getting a null sprite. The next step is getting a null sprite. Also, you can't burn this fish anymore now because it's eat cancelled. Not sure if that's a good thing yet. Also, for the sake of not wasting time, I might be interested in actually just getting another P-switch already. Actually, no, that's bad. Don't do that. I need a slot for the flower. What's on the other hand not fine right now is the fact that I'm going to get rid of this fish if I do this. Wait. Am I in a bad position? I might be in a bad position because I need to do actually quite a lot of things now. I might be interested in... Actually, I might be interested in just getting rid of this fish. I think I'm interested in getting rid of this fish and to free up a sprite slot, because now that I have sprite slot 5 free, this is something I did last attempt as well, because now that I have sprite slot 5 free, or only filled by this guy, I can use the pokey head in order to get this. And then I can place the pokey head here. And in this way, the flower can go into slot 5. And I can do this. Oh, right, that's why I have to do this version of the duplication, but that's fine. You just do it. You just do it. And then you get a fish into slot 5. And then you put the P-switch into Yoshi's mouth. And then you scroll the camera to a good position. And then you cry about the fish being terrible. I'm not sure if that's an actual good thing. But it seems to be part of the plan for sure. Okay, then you put the camera into a better position, and then you fuck up the spawning of everything again? Hello, can I please Yoshify? Wait, why is it not Yoshifying? What? Wait, why is it not Yoshifying? Am I stupid? Wait, last time I got hit by a Koopa in slot 7. And that got me the wrong frame rule. Now I got hit by a Koopa in slot 8, and that got me the wrong frame rule. Oh wow. I mean, I guess the point is that my stored Y speed on the Yoshi is different, so they take different times to despawn, but that's bullshit. Should I complain? No, actually I shouldn't complain, because the Y speed was wrong anyway, of the fish. So can I get a good Y speed? 8. 8 is a good Y speed. Oh, the fact that the pokey head is at 7 is actually quite funny, because it means that it gets warped upwards every single time I do this glitch. Hilarious. You know what's not hilarious? The fact that I spat out this fish. Okay, anyway. This is a fish. It's a carryable fish. Okay. Time to respawn the Yoshi. And in particular, time to get new P-switches. Okay, so I got some new P-switches. Now that I have the new P-switches, I don't need the Pokehead right now. But I want to get the baby Yoshi right now, so I should probably... Okay. The baby Yoshi will probably try to eat the Pokey. Wait, can it? No, it cannot apparently. Okay, very good. For some reason it cannot. I will be happy with that for once. For once, something works in my favor in this game. I really like that. And as a next step, I will once again store sprite slot 5 on an invisible Yoshi's tongue. Which you know what sprite slot 5 is. It is this fish that is in my mouth right now. Or in Yoshi's mouth right now, anyway. By the way, I just killed one of the P-switches that I just got, but who cares? Actually, I want to point out, this is not completely stupid what I'm doing here. I think for the first time in playing this hack in like the last 5 hours or something. But like for the last 5 hours of playing this hack, I was like unhappy with everything I was doing. And I think right now, the strat actually doesn't suck. I don't know how that happened. Okay, it's not so clear to me why I said that. Because, of course, the moment I said that, the fish decided to jump into me. Like, the literal moment I said these words, the fish decided to just do fish things. Okay, spread slot 5 stored on an invisible Yoshi's tongue. Next step is filling spread slot 10 again. Actually, maybe not. Do I want to fill spread slot 10 again? I don't even know what I want to do at this point. Maybe this is what I want to do. Wait, no. This is not what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to take this carryable fish and I want to actually carry it for once. And now it is time to do fish juggling. One of my favorite activities now. It is time to juggle this fish. It's not entirely clear to me how fun this is going to be. I have to do this for a while now. I mean, this is less bad than the previous thing, but if I'm not sure it's good yet. Maybe I don't want to do fish juggling. Maybe fish juggling is slightly too bad. But what I can actually do is I can take this fish and I can drop it and I can give it... What are the good speeds? Wait, where's my list of good speeds? Can I give it... No, you can't give it... Third... Actually, I can do this. So you see, I gave the fish... Oh, fuck. Almost. Okay, so now I have a fish that periodically has plus 12 speed. Sometimes it has plus 12, sometimes it doesn't. But sometimes it does. That's the important thing. Also, I think I want to just get rid of one of these springboards. They're kind of getting annoying. Because they're blocking sprite slots. And I think I actually want another sprite slot in this situation. So let's just get... Could I like at some point maybe get this. Would be like mildly great. I don't care about pressing the P-switch actually. P-switch can die. Did I kill anything that I want to keep? I don't think I did. I think I have everything ready now. And if I really am desperate and want another permanent sprite in slot 0, well, then I can just use a P-switch, right? So it's like springboards are special in any way. I mean, they are in very many ways, but not in the ways that are actually useful to me right now. I hope I didn't accidentally cancel the invisible Yoshi's tongue at some point. I wouldn't have noticed, I think. Okay. Wait. That's bad. Okay, that's good. Spit out sprite. Duplicate flower. Oh. No! This is one of the greatest sequence of like glitchy events that I have ever produced on accident. What is that? None of this was remotely useful. None of this was like actually remotely useful. This was so bad. This entire interaction was terrible. Also, please, 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 does the thing happen where I do not get knocked off Yoshi? Okay, apparently I don't get knocked off Yoshi. I have no idea why sometimes that happens and sometimes it doesn't. Like, genuinely, like, not a clue. But I will be fine with it for now. Okay, now I have a fire flower again, or rather two. Oops. Oh no, I have played like 8,000 frames since I did this. Oh, because this is prior to me even placing the platform. Oh my. This actually means that I haven't had a terrible headache since I tried starting the strat. That's like actually not so bad. Also, I just read the message. I'm glad I didn't figure out how to get the Yoshi again, and I just find the message hilarious. I just want to say that. But to be fair, I think if you have the correct strats, I mean, currently the strats that I'm having, they give me a lot less headache than the previous ones. I will have to admit that. So like some of the headaches prior to this were definitely somehow a planning issue. It might also be that I'm just now more experienced in that, like everything I'm doing right now is like doing it for the second time. But I will have to say these headaches here. I mean, somehow this is. I want to point out, right? Like maybe I've just dulled, right? Because at some realistically, what you've been seeing is I have tried to like eat a power upified fish for like the last genuine half hour, right? But also it's only half an hour, right? Like previously, it was taking me 2 hours to do it once. And like, I mean, look at how clean this is. Look at how clean most of this is. Here I just decide to like, oh yeah, it's time to get rid of this shitty springboard, so I just scroll in order to... But yeah. I might want to... set a save state like, I don't know, here. Okay, this is not good enough. This is not good enough. And I want to point out that I have like a lot of setup time here, so why don't I use the setup time to place this one power P-switch in a position where it doesn't suck? I mean, I do want to point out that Descent into the Abyss is also labeled Pit, right? And you did play that, so... And you did not only play that, you also beat it, so... Yeah. Um, that probably means something. I'm not sure what it exactly means. But probably something, right? Wait. What am I doing? I'm delaying the jump timing instead of the tongue timing, and I'm wondering why the tongue comes out every time at the same time. Epic. Did you know that I'm an expert at this game? I'm very good. I know a lot about this game. For example, if you want to delay your tongue, you should delay the tongue. Yes. You know what I hope? That the fish has the correct X speed. You know what it does? It has the correct X speed. Oh, this is great. I mean, it's not entirely clear to me if Magikey intended this to be as horrifying as it is. By the way, amazing Yoshification. Good job. Good job, Yoshification. Love this. Thank you. Will the frame rules line up at some point? Who knows? Look what I have here! It's an orb! Oh, this is so exciting. Oh, isn't this cool? Oh! Yes! Okay, one orb. I now want to take this orb and I want to move it into wait a second. I forgot a step. You see, you see which step I forgot? Correct. I forgot the part where I dropped the flower. Need to do that. Need to think of that. Okay, and now is the point where I need to pay some amount of attention to what I'm doing again. I don't have to duplicate this flower, exactly. Did I break the Pokey at some point? Why is this breaking the Pokey? Am I just standing too close to it? I guess I'm just standing too close to it. Now I forgot to release the orb. Oops. Okay. So now I have an orb in slot 0. At a rather good position, I think. I'm not sure if this is an actually very good position. The question of whether this is an actually very good position is just, okay, seems like an actually very good position to me, honestly. Because at the end of the day, I mean, just let's check, can I finish the level from this? I think I can. Yeah, looks like it. Looks like this finishes the level to me. Okay, so I have an orb in 0 now. And the next important thing is to realize that I need a bunch of new sprites. Oh, I forgot to drop the orb. I rewinded past the point where I dropped the orb. And I want the orb to be in slot like 0. Not 5, not 3, not 7, right? Because at the end of the day, I now need to do the exact same again, and for that I need P-switches in all kinds of slots. Okay, so now right now I'm filling all sprite slots with P-switches, which seems fine to me. In particular, this is setting the bounce sprite again, right? So this is not just meaningless like P-switch factorying. The point is that I always need to set the bounce sprite again. Because the bounce sprite is going to be reset every time you do the glitch. And as a next step, I will have to want to remove the P-switch that's currently in slot 3. And I do not want to burn the Cooper. Okay, and so after I've removed the P-switch that's currently in slot 3, I can respawn the Yoshi. Okay, now that I've respawned the Yoshi, I can get the Yoshi again. There's just so much nonsense I have to think about though. But it's fine. Okay, so I have gotten the baby Yoshi again. And now that I have the baby Yoshi again, I can store sprite slot 5 on an invisible Yoshi's tongue again. Which, there you go. I just stored sprite slot 5 on an invisible Yoshi's tongue. As a next step, I will have to double tongue again. But that I can do with an empty sprite slot 5. But I will want another P-switch instead. Okay. So I mean, now the next step is again to get a fish into slot 5, to then... basically the point is to just now do everything again, right? I get an out sprite, I get a fish into slot 5, I make sure that the fish has a speed of 4 or 8 or... yeah, that's it. And then at the very end I do power-up incrementation once and then I'm good. And I think I can just do all of these things just perfectly fine, and I don't have to think about it a lot. I'll have to see how much I have to think about it on the last step. I might have to actually think about it on the last step. But until then, I think it's smooth sailing. So let's just hope I'm at least correct this time. Because the The last few times I have said, oh yeah, it's just smooth sailing from now, I was, let's just say, wrong. Just be friendly and just say I was wrong. Instead of saying like the true things, like I was catastrophically wrong. But okay, so this time I think I'm thinking of all of the things right now. I think I'm thinking of all of the things right now. Yeah, this is the only thing that actually scared me. The fact that for some reason, sometimes this Koopa can actually hurt you. Can you stop doing that? Maybe? I mean, seriously though, what's causing this? Like, I legitimately don't know, and the annoying thing is I am actually getting kind of screwed over by it right now. Like, how do I prevent this? Huh, I don't understand. Is this fine? Yeah, this is still fine, I think. The thing is, like, now it's fine? This is so confusing. This is not fine, though. This fish is, like, way too motivated. Also, this camera is, like, way too motivated. Why is everything so motivated right now? Why? Just stop being so motivated. Game, please. Could you, like, do, like, a shitty 9-pixel scroll, please? I would love a shitty 9-pixel scroll right now. Not like this. This is good. You know what's not good? The fact that this fish doesn't have the correct speeds. But at least that's fixable. Ah, you see this? I have a fish in my mouth. Or in Yoshi's mouth, rather. And you see? Epic fish. It's grabbable. Let's just keep the fish here. Actually, I can even do this to the fish. I guess I can't, because its trigger bytes have changed. Oops. So now I have a fish flopping there. And the next thing I need to do is... Who could have guessed? Actually, I think I just want to dismount the Yoshi. I mean, I think the fish is just safe in the Yoshi's mouth. There it won't despawn, at least. It's safe for like 15 seconds, right? So... The fish is safe in Yoshi's mouth is like also just such an insane thing to say. Things I didn't expect to say seriously. That's I think that's one of them. Also, I think I want to just get rid of the springboard now. Because there is... I think there's a good reason to have an empty sprite slot again. But actually, now that I'm saying this, I might just be interested in grabbing the fish. Because in doing so, I can do the thing where I wait, I am fucking this up. The thing what I want to do is I want to drop the fish onto the 1F0 while it's flopping with a certain speed. And it just kind of worked very nicely last time. But I guess I did it from a different position and now it doesn't work so nicely as last time. So it will still work unnicely. But I don't want to do unnice things. So I guess what I should be doing, I should be trying to somehow get into a reasonably nice position again. Okay. We're doing this. Doesn't suck. You see, and now I have a fish with 12 speed. I dropped it while Mario had minus 20 speed, so Mario dropped it with minus 24 speed. So when it hit the ground, its speed halved, so it went to minus 12, and now it's here on -12 +12. And it stays at that speed. Because it's not carryable anymore, because it touched the ground once. Because that's how fish work. Right? Amazing. Love this game. Oh, fuck. It was too early to do this. Oh, it was too early to do this. Very cool trick, but it was too early to do it. Ah, my bad, my bad. Terrible, terrible play. Terrible misplay. Because I need to store sprite slot 5 on an invisible Yoshi's tongue, right? And for that, I need the sprite that's in sprite slot 5, and that's now the fish. Previously, I could just make up a new sprite in sprite slot 5 and then respawn the fish, but now I can't do that, because now the fish is special. Now the fish is special. So now I actually have to use this fish. Could the fish please not activate the block? It is so stupid that I have to think about this kind of stuff now. Like, oh yeah, don't let the fish hit the block or it will activate it. Yes, surely. Surely that's a thing that makes sense to say. Okay, but I stored a sprite slot on an invisible Yoshi's tongue. Fish, please get into the tongue. Thank you. So now I do the thing of where I give the fish the correct speed again. Worked. You know what didn't work? Repressing the run button. But that's fine. By the way, we're three tweaker changes on the fish down deep into the thread. So fourth tweaker bit change is going to happen soon, and then it's only power up incrementation and beating the level. The problem is that for the power up incrementation, I need to think a bit again. I will have to say that. I will have to think about the power up incrementation step. Apparently I suck. And I rewinded to a state. That's one frame too late. Thinking in a puzzle. Yeah, I know, it's horrible. I mean, somehow I've been thinking only about like logistical issues for the past, I don't know how long. Like, at least hour. But now I need to actually think about what the puzzle wants from me. But I had like 2 different plans. So if one of them works, then I'm good. And I mean, when has it ever happened that I had 2 plans and both of them failed? I mean, when has that ever happened? It's like a basically non-existent thing, right? So the next thing I wanted to do is I wanted to get rid of the sprite that's currently in sprite slot 2 to make space for the flower again. There we go. Successfully got rid of the sprite in sprite slot 2. As a next step, I will scroll the screen again. And as a next step, I will realize that this P-switch is kind of in an awful position. But after I'm done realizing that, I will realize that the pokey is in a horrible position. But after I'm done realizing that, fuck this. Okay, so now I have null sprite in my mouth. Now I can duplicate this flower. Don't spit out the null sprite yet. First mount the invisible Yoshi. Don't mount the invisible Yoshi yet. First wait for the Koopa to... Oh fuck, wait. Mount the invisible Yoshi. Cry. Okay, then, be fine. Wait, I ate something. I didn't want to eat whatever I just ate. I wanted to duplicate the flower. Oh, really? I think I'm screwed. You know what would be good? If I set my save state more regularly. But I think, I mean, unless I'm going to run into huge problems with the power-up incrementation step, I think I'm done today. Please let there not be a huge problem with the power-up incrementation step. There's so going to be a huge problem with the power-up incrementation step. We have the power-up incrementation help. Yes, exactly. What could possibly go wrong? I have no idea. Nothing could possibly go wrong. There's like literally nothing that could possibly go wrong. Maybe I shouldn't dismount Yoshi. Okay, this seems fine. Think I'm good? Just pray that the horizontal speed of the fish is correct. It is, of course, not, but I think that's an easy fix. And before that's not an easy fix for some arcane reason. It's reaching minus 12 speed just as I don't want it to. That seems good. Okay, I'm Yoshifying. I have another orb. Okay, I have another orb. Okay, I have another orb. You know what I didn't do? Drop the flower. And you know what is completely pointless? Dropping the flower. Because now if I get hit, the orb drops from my item box. And this is the reason why there are still potential troubles left. Right? Because now I can't get a null sprite the old-fashioned way. Right? Because currently the strats for getting a null sprite is... I mean, there are two ways of getting a null sprite, right? Sort of. The first is to double tongue. And the second is to have a Yoshi with something in its mouth, despawn, and then sit on the other Yoshi. This is the strat I'm going to have to use, right? For obvious reasons. I cannot initiate double tongue, at least not using the traditional method. And there are no berries, and there is nothing else, as far as I can tell, that can trigger double tongue in this room. So, in order to get a null sprite in Yoshi's mouth now, I need to now find a way to despawn Yoshi without using a null sprite. Right? Because currently my methods of despawning Yoshi already involve a null sprite. And I just said I want to despawn Yoshi in order to get a null sprite. That's a bit circular. So I now need to find a way to despawn Yoshi without getting a null sprite. Now, I do have a plan for that. But it will be slightly annoying. So let's go through it. Of course, the first step in this plan will be to get a new Yoshi. And despite me no longer caring about null spriting, I will still be interested in getting this Yoshi in slot 3. Not so much because 3 is 3, but rather because 3 is lower than 4. This is the reason why I will want to have it in slot 3. Because I will want to have it in a slot lower than 4. So from that point of view, of course, 2 is just as good. I will, of course, get it in 3 just for old time's sake. It is, of course, at this point important to realize that it doesn't really matter that it's in 3 anymore. So for that reason, I will fill sprite slot 5 now. And now that I have done this, I can respawn my Yoshi. Okay, all good. So now that I have respawned my Yoshi, I should not get rid of my Poke Head yet, because it might be that I want it still, but I can actually press this P-switch and I can produce a bunch of new P-switches. Both of these things will be relevant. Yeah, the viewers will be disappointed when it was suddenly in 2. Honestly, if there's like a single viewer who like isn't bored by the time the game got paused the 7 millionth time, then I'm just happy, you know? I think this video is going to have like a awkward. I think this video will generate like awkward comments. Actually, probably it won't. Probably like nobody will just watch it. Like everyone will be left confused. Like, what? Why? Why did you do this? But I'm sure somebody will understand. Why would it generate awkward comments? You probably didn't see it, because why would you? But I recently got like a comment on the Armageddon task. So you know where there's this part at the beginning where you like run back and forth in order to get P-speed a lot? That person got like irrationally mad at how long it takes to get P-speed in that setup. I was like, I was sort of, I mean, on the one hand, I was just completely irritated why somebody would get so mad about that. But that person got like irrationally mad at that. just at the fact that like I'm getting P-speed there. It was like blaming me for wasting time or something. Like as if I could do this in like one less oscillation, I wouldn't do, right? It's the 4 block one and it's the 4 block one, yeah. It takes a while. I mean, it takes a while. You get like 2p meter per oscillation or something. I actually remember back in the day when there were like you remember the time when there were C3 streams by the super by SNW Central. Like in the C3 that Armageddon was released, there was one of these streams, and the streamer also got like slightly pissed at how long it was taking. And like somehow that setup generates for some reason that setup generates some amount of emotions. I find that just hilarious. But this is what I mean when I say like, oh yeah, maybe it will get awkward comments. Because somehow people get irrationally mad at stuff like this. For like, yeah, I don't know what reason. Yeah, of course you can like just skip it. But actually, like the streamer back at C3 just skipped it. But also, it doesn't even take that long. Like, genuinely, it's just not even that long. Why is this not working? Why is this not working? Ah, because I'm bad. That's why it's not working. Aha, I see. Okay, maybe I'm really bad. Hmm. I was hoping this would be already good enough. I was hoping this would be good enough. That I didn't have to do the annoying thing. Because if you're far enough in the wall, this will actually push the Yoshi through. I tested that at some point. It's just how do you get hit at this point? And I was hoping that I could do it this way. But evidently you can't. Ah, it's annoying. And the problem is that the Poke head is in slot 7, right? If it was in a low slot, then you could grab it on Yoshi. And then Yoshi would run. That's not what happens. So that's mildly annoying. Anyway, it's still fine. It's still fine. I just need to... I think I just need to do this. Can I get 2 blocks? But yeah, like in general, the amount of like weird comments I get on some of the videos is odd. Like I still semi-regularly get comments like insulting the Casio soundtrack. um, that video also has like a bunch of truly exciting comments about a guy who thinks he could make sample streaming work on a SNES, and is like actually complaining that the hack doesn't sample stream its gold tape music, so you get like a 60 frame delay when you touch the goal. That person is like, yeah, you should use sample streaming, yes, yes. And you immediately, like, you just read the person's comment and you immediately see that person has like no idea about how sample streaming actually is set up. Like, you read that comment and he's like, yeah, I just sent 1 byte a scan line, how bad can it be? And it's like, yeah, 1 byte a scan line. Surely this is how you sample stream. This is exactly the correct data rate. Hint, on average it might be, but the problem is a different one. Yeah, I mean, most of my videos have like not a lot of traffic either, right? But somehow some of the ones that like got to like 30,000 or something views, they attract a few people that are weird. I mean, somehow mostly it's fine. I mean, as always, like the loudest and weirdest people are the ones you notice the most, right? So somehow you get a slightly skewed perspective on what people actually think. But yeah, it's the internet, and so sometimes you get to interact with questionable people, let's just say. Actually, I didn't realize I could do this. Where I just throw the pokey head into the wall there. I think that's going to be fine then. I mean, it doesn't have to be pretty, right? It just has to work once, and that's good. I can burn all of the resources now if I want to. I can like burn all of the resources now, he said. And then he was like, yeah, maybe let's not hit the Koopa. No. Die, Koopa. You're annoying. Go away. I don't want you anymore. Let's put the Yoshi here. And let's just see how much does he bounce. Oh, he bounces perfectly right now. Ooh, that's great. That's a high bounce. Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid. Ah no, I was just impatient. Uh. Yay! Null sprite. Okay, so the next step is to find out what's the correct position. In before I fucked up and put the brown platform at the completely wrong position. I don't think that's the case though. I just need to find out. Wait, I had a help. There was a help. The help is. Ah, you see. Facing left 230. Oh wait, don't on Yoshi. Don't not on Yoshi. Not on Yoshi. Right. There was a thing where it's not on Yoshi. I think this is GG. The frame that you can enter the level is the frame that the level name changes. Yeah, of course, right? Like, actually, I'm going to optimize the in-game level movement as well. I'm pretty sure it's going to be faster to go right side. Actually, wait. There's an Armageddon strat you can do here. There's an Armageddon strat that you can do here. Hmm. I think this is the correct movement already. Yeah, you see, I can move. I can move into the wall for 1 frame longer because of the Armageddon strat I did. I'm not sure if you saw that, but I moved into the wall for 1 frame longer, and so I could keep some amount of extra speed. Uh, yeah, bad. Terrible. Oh well. Don't think I actually care about optimizing this too much. I just wanted to like show off with the Armageddon strat, you know. Of course, the viewers are going to appreciate that 1 frame save. The viewers, somebody think of the poor viewers. The poor viewers. Won't somebody think of the viewers? How did the strat work again? Like throw the... You up throw it like in such a way that that lands here. Is this good? Is this good? Is this good? Is this good? No, none of these are good. This good? Don't think this is going to be good. Maybe it's barely going to be good. Yeah, this is good. Oh wait, I said this is going to be good and then I fucked it up. Wait, you need to... Wait, there's an event, fuck. So I can't use my normal... I can't use my normal queue. When do you move? Where do you move here? Because I still need to trigger the save prompt, right? Otherwise I didn't beat the hack. And so arguably this is the input that finishes the movie, right? This is the input that finishes the movie, arguably. Because now I have saved the game, so now progress is done. Now the hack is done. Of course, this is slightly awkward time to end the movie. But this is the point where you end the movie. Right? Because now you can soft reset your console. And you can be happy, I think. Woo! Ooh, this is mildly exciting, honestly. So let's turn off the script. Turn off everything. Let's also turn off rewinds, maybe. Actually, I learned that if you don't have a rewind buffer of 2 gigabytes, then maybe there's less lag in the simulator. Apparently, it cannot handle 2 gigabytes rewind buffer. So let's just put it down to 128 megabytes and put on sound. And let's just watch the entire thing. Actually, I could encode right now. Should I just encode on stream just because I'm a lazy fucker who doesn't want to do it later? Problem is that when encoding, the movie doesn't run at 60 FPS, so I probably shouldn't do it because I actually want to see this once. Not encoding on stream. Will encode after stream. Okay. So what's actually happening in all of this? Because now I have a movie that's 95,640 frames long. Okay, now here is a pet peeve of mine. A huge pet peeve of mine is when people don't encode through their emulator and just screen record their like BizHawk playing. This makes me mad. Because like, it's right there. You just select File, Config and Record, AVI. and you just config it. And it's so easy. And you just do it. What do you mean you don't? Your emulator has an encode option. What? What? I mean, the thing is, I see it with people who use BizHawk, and like BizHawk has had this since BizHawk 1.0. I swear. Like the emulator just doesn't make like the emulator is broken when you don't have it. That's like the only purpose it has, to be like a TAS emulator. So of course it has that feature. And I cannot believe that like. I mean, at least like the SNES 9X 1.43 re-recording build that everyone uses. I mean, like by everyone, I mean like a certain select group of old school TASers use. That has to have had it. I mean, ZSNES had it. It sucked. Hmm? You could just say me? No, I mean, somehow a bunch of people use SNES 9X 1.43 re-recording, I think, still. Like, what am I actually watching here? This is such a garbage movie! What did I just record there? What did I just record here? This is so bad. This is like easily the worst thing I have ever recorded, I think. I should probably just tell the viewer to fast forward certain amounts of the video. But I will of course release it uncut and unsped up. Doesn't matter that half of the video just sucks. I will release it uncut and unsped up. No, I mean, editing that would be effort, but I think it also would just be wrong. I think it's just wrong to speed this up. Like, I think that should be a choice by the viewer to speed this up. Which, I mean, of course, I, as the viewer right now, I don't have this choice. But this is self-inflicted pain. Also, I can talk over it. I could also try to do like the noise thing. I mean, noise is another one of these people who record the emulator. And so you see the emulator with all of its on-screen drawings in 16:9 glorious quality, and he's talking over it. And to be fair, okay, I mean, if he's actually talking over it and he's like actually like sometimes even rewinding the video in order to showcase something, I'm fine with all of that. Somehow, as like an editorial choice, that's fine with me. The 16:9 is of course not fine, but everything else I don't care about. But on the other hand, I do find it quite sad that like for some of his runs, some of which are like fastest completion of something, there exists no actual recording of the actual gameplay. That's just uncut the gameplay. So I have to watch it in 16:9 with commentary or without sound. And including with like some rewinds fucking in the middle of it. And I mean, of course I could encode it myself, but often he doesn't even provide the movie file. And so like, as like a personal choice, I don't want to do this. I find it annoying if other people do it, and I mean I want to see the tasks raw, uncut. And if I want to see commentary, I can still watch a commentated run later. But I think there should be at least an uncut version of it somewhere. Because I think this is going to be one of 3 documented recordings of someone beating the Seg. And it's probably going to stay that way for like years. I don't think anyone is beating that this soon. And that seems clear. Yeah. It's not a real one. In some sense. So yeah, I want this to be like decent quality. Now I've spent like 3 minutes talking about why I don't want to add it. Right? It's really that I don't want to add it. But also I spent like 3 minutes talking about how I don't want to edit this, and the block is like still like up here. On the other hand, you just saw actual gameplay, right? Mario moved. You see that? Mario moved. That's about the most excitement you will get for the next 8 minutes. I'm sorry. Did you beat the original clear video time? That's actually a good question. I will have to look at... I will have to look at the seconds. Fuck, it's 26:17. I think he has me beat. Yeah, this is 26:31. Ah, god damn, I got beaten by Magikey in this extremely important and optimized task. I'm currently considering if I should like write an explanatory post, like a paste bin post or something, explaining what's going on in this video. First of all, to document what's going on here, because this is like an essentially undocumented glitch. Also, secondly, to make sure that I don't forget myself. Advantages of doing that? The advantages are obvious. The disadvantages are also obvious. It's effort. Also, the question is of how much detail would I put into it. I think I should explain the 13 minutes of pausing, though. I mean, technically I have it. Technically I have a written explanation of that glitch in one of my video descriptions, right? Because I also used it once, a single pause, singleton, in the Jump 2 video I uploaded like a few months back. But it's one. It's not like... I don't know how many of these are even. How many are these? Like 250? Roughly on that scale. I think if there was a pause counter, I would probably overflow it. But like, I mean, somehow then the question is what else should I explain, right? I mean, for example, should I explain the null sprite glitch? Because like realistically, the fraction of the people who of the people watching the video who know what the null sprite glitch is, and the fraction of the people who know how the power-upifying side effect of Yoshification works is like pretty much the same, namely 0%. Like, somehow, let's face it, most people don't know what spitting a null sprite actually means. In fact, even among those people who recently became interested in like Yoshi glitching, like maybe storing sprites on invisible Yoshi's tongues, stunning, that kind of stuff. Even among those people, there's like a huge confusion about what null sprites actually are, what the null sprite actually is. In the sense, it gets like thrown around a lot. I've seen like the glitchy P-switch in slot 1 be called a null sprite. I've seen any effect where you stun something called a null sprite. I've seen so much stuff called a null sprite. And like, the null sprite is just sprite slot -1. There's like nothing more to it. Of course, how you get the null sprite, sure, there's like a lot of variation, but I mean, actually there's like two major... Actually, there are three major no, there are two major ways of getting it. Both of which I used in this video, but... By the way, we're getting close to gameplay. But somehow, even among the people who somewhat care about this stuff and who like know the basic glitch tech, even among those people, there's like a huge misconceptions about what the null sprite actually is. And because there is somehow so much huge misconception about what it actually is, most people don't know what it actually does. By the way, if you want to find any place where I lost like 15 seconds for literally no reason, here. I lost 15 seconds for literally no reason. Because I wait out 4 entire cycles of the winged block. But I could have just gone 4 cycles earlier. Oops. It's not clear to me if it's actually 15 seconds, but it's like it's pretty close to the time difference between Magikeys and my video. To be fair, with the strats I have now, this is not so painful. Like, if I re-recorded this now, I wouldn't be half as frustrated as I was the first time around. Because, I mean, like, last stream I was like... I mean, realistically, last stream I was like just in the... somehow somewhat angry for like 5 hours straight. And a lot of that pain was self-inflicted. As I now know. But I didn't know at that point. Okay, to be fair, this though sucked. This right here sucked. Oh, I hated getting that feather. Okay, maybe I don't want to do that again. But I mean, for example, right? Should I explain? Should I explain what's actually happening here? Right? Like, is this something you should explain? If I write an explanation, I should probably, right? Like, if I write an actual explanation, I should probably explain this as well. Because, like, this is a block containing a flower. What the fuck am I doing here? Why does any of this work? Why does Yoshi fall through the floor? I mean, I somehow casually just do all of these things. But actually there's like a lot of stuff going on in certain 10-second segments. I mean, certainly I won't explain like double eating with Baby Yoshi, but... Why am I just re-entering this room with a Baby Yoshi and a springboard? Like, I entered it with a Baby Yoshi and a springboard, I exited with a Baby Yoshi and a springboard. What did I actually do there? I changed the Baby Yoshi sprite slot, but like... Why is that relevant at all? There's like a lot of like subtle stuff already going on here. So like properly explaining what's going on in this run like takes ages. Like what is happening here, right? Like, should I explain Invisible Yoshi? Okay, probably I shouldn't, but because like then I'm just spending ages, but what's actually happening here? Yeah, I'm stunning a Pokey, but what does it actually mean? But I mean, just like look at this. This looks like complete nonsense. Okay, to be fair, this is like actually a very funny sequence of events. I like juggle this Pokey head. I juggle this Pokey head. I spit out nothing from Yoshi's mouth. The key up there turns into whatever this is. I get hit by the Koopa. Yoshi just falls through the floor. And this happens. Oh, I hated this as well. Like this item juggling moment that just happened there. I stun the Pokey again, I like produce new bounce sprites. I eat some fish. And I store the yellow shell slot on an invisible Yoshi's tongue. Actually, I store the yellow shell on the invisible Yoshi's tongue. The shell is still alive. And the shell will stay alive. And now I Yoshify the platform and power-upify the shell, and the shell was stored on the Yoshi's tongue, so now I have swallowed the shell as a power-up. And now I have the brown platform in the item box already. I say already, like 21.5 minutes deep into the level. I spawn a bunch of P-switches. I feed Yoshi. I mean, a lot of these like visits start the same way. I get P-switches, I feed Yoshi. Yoshi grows, and I get the baby Yoshi. I fill up a bunch of... I free a bunch of sprite slots. Do the rest of the feeding with the fish. And I I swallow the coin. I mean, I put the coin on the Yoshi's tongue. I collect the coin on the same frame. And then this Yoshi grows, canceling the Yoshi's tongue. But also, while this happened, I released the platform from the item box so that it is on Yoshi's tongue, and so it's now here. That's actually a pretty cool setup. I like that I had this idea. Because somehow this is... There was an alternative way of getting there, and it was a lot more pain. And now I just killed the Yoshi because I didn't store sprite slot 5 on its tongue. Because I stored sprite slot 6 on its tongue. Because this platform is in 6. Right, and I don't want the Yoshi to swallow the platform, so I cancelled its tongue, but also it now has cancelled its tongue, and now I want to put sprite slot 5 on its tongue again. Also, I just realized that most of the time the Pokey head was invisible. I kind of just never noticed. Because of course I was playing with the script. But oh god, all of the pain that I had with like dealing with the Pokey head is completely invisible in the encode. Oh no! I had so much fun with this so much stress with this Pokey head. Oh no! I'm sad. Also, I just love this interaction so much. I just eat the fish and it just stays in Yoshi's mouth. It's such a good interaction. It's like it happens so quickly, so you don't realize what's going on really. But once you realize, you notice how fucked up that actually is. And there's an orb. Once again, sprite slot 5 stored on the invisible Yoshi's tongue. The null sprite is gotten. The flower is duplicated. The fish is produced. The platform is Yoshified. And the fish streak are corrupted. And now we repeat this. Sprite slot 5 is stored on the invisible Yoshi's tongue. The fish gets put on the 1F0 with plus 12 speed. The springboard is swallowed. The null sprite is gotten. The flower is duplicated. The platform gets the flower gets duplicated, the platform gets Yoshified, the orb gets put into the item box, and we feed the Yoshi again. This time we feed the Yoshi with a bunch of fish because I don't have the reserve flower anymore, but who cares? So it gets fed with fish. 5 fish and it grows. I now have an invisible Yoshi. I get a bunch of new P-switches. Actually, I'm wasting a lot of time here as well. I mount the Yoshi. And there we go. And all of that to beat this room. Wait, then I walk against air? Oh, right! Oh, right, this also looks like so silly if you don't know what's going on. Also, I cannot believe that the fish is actually the sprite that gives you the orb in the item box. It is such a hilarious coincidence that it's the fish again. Because of course it is. It has to be. Like, after everything the fish has done for us, it also now gives us orbs. So how long did this take me? Like today it was like 4.5 hours. And before that, there was like a stream on the 4th of June where I think I played it for like 2 hours. 2.5 hours. Then there was a 5.5 hour stream, so that makes 8 hours. Then there was like a 4.5, so that makes like 12 and a bit. And there was this one. This stream where I first played the clearly unfinished hack. And then played this for another 5.5 hours, so that makes almost 18. And then there were two 5 3/4 streams. So 5 3/4, that makes it 11.5, and I said 18, so 29.5, and today 4.5, so 34 hours. Easy puzzle. Easy puzzle, as they say. 34 hours. So yeah, I think this is nowadays what's called considered an easy puzzle. It takes you 34 hours. Okay. But yeah, as much as I was complaining during the execution part of this, the central glitch in this is very cool. And this was... And like figuring out how to actually use that was nice. What I do not get is what the fuck this message box was trying to tell me. I stared at that message box for like 5 hours. And it turned out to be like completely useless. What was the point? Like, what was this message box trying to tell me? Alright, no entry if level passed. But also, it took me so long to realize that you should enter this level on, like, in power-up state 4. This took me, like, so long to realize. Like, what is this message box trying to... Like, hindsight? Even with hindsight, I don't really get it. Even with hindsight, I don't get what this is trying to tell me. (0.5 minus 16? What's minus 16? What was this trying to tell me? Like, what is this? Minus 16? What's minus 16 in all of this? I mean, 0.5, okay, sure. That's the sprite slot that everything revolved around on this level. 1 question mark, A question mark, okay, maybe that's like the address that of the bound sprite slot. 16A2 or whatever it was. But minus 16? I cannot minus 16 to anything that happened in this level. And then like H70, B10, 94, okay, sure, yes. H07, B00 to question mark, okay, this is the brown platform. Right, this is H70 is sprite hex 70, which is the pokey with cape status goes to power up in the item box 94, which becomes a yellow Koopa, so this is how you get the brown platform. But like, what is this? What is this? I mean, I guess this is trying to tell me that if you eat a charging chuck while cape, then... But where's the charging chuck coming from? What is any of this trying to tell me? What does anything of this have to do with charging chucks? What the fuck is this? When am I ever doing the glitch with like... This is just what I want to say. The blue highlight? You mean this? Why, this is 91? With like a fancy 9? I just kind of tacitly assumed that was because the font used for these message boxes doesn't have a 9. But yeah, the fancy 1 doesn't make sense under that interpretation. But this is the font that doesn't have a 9, right? Yeah, this is the font that doesn't have a 9. This font doesn't have a 9 and doesn't have an 8. It just has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 0. Yeah, that's that font. Oh! Yes, then the implication is that the missing number is either 18 or 19. Yes, true. True. I immediately buy that. Yeah, that's a good observation. This number has to be 18 or 19, because otherwise it doesn't make sense that this one is blue. I agree. But what's 18? 18? What's 18 plus 73? 18 plus 73? Uh, 18 plus 73, 18 plus 73, 18 plus 73, that's 8b. So it's either 8b or 8c. What's 8b? What's 8c? Those are like sprites I don't know off the top of my head. 8b and 8c, but I can of course look them up. 8b is Puff of Smoke from Yoshi's House, and 8c is Fireplace Smoke Side Exit. Look, I'm not entirely sure that this is not what's meant, but it seems highly unlikely that he's trying to tell me to get a side exit in the item box, I feel like. It's like, why would I want a side exit in my item box? Like, what's the point? What's the point of having a side exit in my item box? I think it would be a functional side exit, if dropped from the item box. I don't think having a side exit in your item box is all that interesting. Because I mean, like, look at this level. This is the level, right? Like, what does having a side exit in the item box help you here? I know that having a side exit enabled means that you can go slightly deeper into the screen border than you can usually do it. Than you can usually. But you doesn't mean that you can grab this key. And also the main reason you can't grab this key is not because of like any side screen border issues, it's because of the camera ceiling. And also I want to point out, at no point did I ever figure out why there's a special casing for the cloud. But only if there is a not a brown platform in slot 5 or some bullshit? And it's like, why? Why does this code exist? Like, for some reason there was some special casing code that puts a cloud in your item box, that helps you getting cloud. But why would I want to have a cloud? You read a spoiler that Magikey posted in Kaizo that you don't really know what to make of. Wait, what? I have streamer mode in Discord enabled, and that prevents you from being able to filter for messages. Wait, what? It's also in Armageddon. Whenever the spawn message sprite routine is triggered, it sets Mario's submap to Yoshi's Island. It also works if you do the glitch that lets you run the routine when please switch to use an easy one. What? Excuse me? Sorry, I think this is the second time on the stream, in the history of the stream, that I will show the overworld editor. But no, this needs some investigating. So the thing is, where do you actually spawn in all of this? Mario spawns here, but because there's a message box in the intro, he doesn't spawn here. He spawns here. Right? This makes sense. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Wait, that already doesn't make sense. Why does he spawn here? Shouldn't he spawn here? I'm confused. This is 323? So I thought you should spawn at 3-3. What? I mean, you do spawn here. Already quite interesting. Okay, anyway. I do spawn here. Oh, that's weird. Is this usual? Does this always happen? Is submap positioning shifted? One position to the right with respect to the other coordinate grid or something stupid like that? Is that the reason why there's like a weird overlap in this path here and why there's like this garbage here? But even ignoring that. So okay, let's just shift all of the positions one to the right here. Apparently that's how the game works. But okay, so then the first overworld path moves you like this. Okay, so if Mario moves like this, starting from here, then he lands here. The vanilla overworld tile for Yoshi's Island 1. Which I want to point out is the same exact level tile. And I do want to point out, despite what Lunar Magic makes you think, the flags enable up, enable down, enable left, enable right, level has been passed, midway point obtained, and so on, are not associated to a level dot. They're associated to a trans level. And so because they're associated to a trans level and not to a level dot, whatever happens to this level dot happens to this level dot as well. Because they have the same trans level associated to them. Right, so a level dot has a trans level associated to it. But then the weird flags, like enable up, enable down, and so on, those are read off of the trans level. They're not read off of the actual level dot. And so, because of that, you cannot get just the third exit by beating this level and then somehow warping to this level and then beating this level. It's not an option. But okay. You could be beating this level. You could be warping from here to here, then beat the same exact level, because this is the same exact level, but then this enables up when a normal exit is used. And so you go up. Except that this is nonsense. Because in this game, everything triggers the secret exit, right? That was the message, right? Everything triggers the secret exit. Everything in this game triggers the secret exit. And because everything in this game triggers the secret exit, you are going to be moved right, you know, onto this Yoshi house here. But okay, so you could be saying gold tape stone, so you somehow get a gold tape. So I guess you stun the Pokey and get a cloud and then collect the gold tape while in the cloud in order to prevent dying? Is that the point? And then you go up and then you enter the yellow switch palace? And then that's the reason why this level is edited? And then that's the reason why this level is edited? And then you somehow try to... Oh, and then you try to despawn this gold tape by going too fast. And then you hit the switch palace switch, because hitting a switch palace switch triggers a save message. And that's the reason why you cannot just collect this gold tape, because you need the save prompt, and to get the save prompt you need to press this shitty switch. No, that's not true. You can just get the save prompt. You can just beat the level. What? But then what's the point of this? Then you just get a lot of speed and do the low jump, but you can't even get the low jump. So this is just a troll and forces you to use a cloud? Maybe you want to use the cloud here instead? Because you're not getting through this. Except if you get the high speed low jump. But maybe you can get that somehow. Maybe there's a way to get that. Ah, right, I had the idea of somehow triggering the glitch against the message box, so that you build a lot of speed into the message box until your speed reverses, and then you can maybe you can do it like on top of the message box, so that when your speed reverses, you get pushed onto the message box. That stops you from grabbing the net, thus cancelling the net gate rotation thing, and then you just swoop here with 127 speed. And like, whoop. You just watched the clear video up until Yoshi and lol. I mean, I guess he doesn't pause. He doesn't pause around a winged block for 13 minutes. It's my guess. My guess is the winged block pausing was a true me invention. Should I watch this on stream now? It's getting so late though. I mean, on the one hand, I'm curious. On the other hand, it's kind of getting actually late. He has a Yoshi at 344. That's also not terribly fast, though. It's just that, exactly, I mean, some of the clear videos 26 minutes. So I guess I can do the thing where I just refuse to look at it for another week. And I just like refuse to look at it for another week. And I will just look at it, I will just watch it next week. First thing in the stream. And then I will play something else. But it's like already getting late enough that I kind of don't want to encode the video anymore. So it might be a few days late. Nobody will know. I guess I can like use that. I guess I can actually like then write something up. I actually do want to write something up because I think I will do. I think I will actually write something up because somehow it is a bit sad how many of these glitch puzzle hacks get like 1 or 2 clears and then they don't get recorded and then they don't get like described properly and then nobody ever understands these glitches and so these hacks just fall into obscurity because nobody can solve them. I mean, I guess with this one there's actually a creator intended clear video. But yeah. Anyway, that's it for today. Next week I will watch this clear video and laugh at it because it will be so much better in some places and so much worse in other places, I think. Because somehow it has to get 26 minutes through other ways than 13 minutes of pausing. So something it must be, I mean it also must be doing something that's extremely inefficient, right? Because it's like, it's basically the same length as mine. Mine is doing some terribly inefficient stuff. But yeah, we'll see what happens next week. Until then, thanks for watching. See you then, I guess.